Meeting, first one of the year, and Happy New Year to all. I think we'll have a roll. We'll start inside, who's present. And then we'll go to the online folks. So
Trina Hendrick, Coldwater Sportfish Coordinator for the division and the Blue Ribbon Rep for the division.
TJ Sokolis, at large, rep.
Darby Doyle, Communications Team Coordinator for the DWR, and I'm filling in for Faith Keaton Jolly today as Public Information Officer.
Rebecca Granillo, Member at Large.
Mickey Anderson, Commercial Rep.
Dave Bohannon, Southern Region Representative.
Russ Lawrence, Northern Region Rep.
Rich Loprovich, Cold Waters.
Larry Finch at large.
Tyler Robinson, Central Region Biologist.
And you want to take roll on?
Yeah, we'll just go in order what we're seeing on the screen. Natalie?
Natalie Boren, Northeastern Region Aquatic Manager and Sport Fish Biologist for another month or two.
You got this.
Double duty.
Right. Nick?
Nick Braithwaite, Fisheries Biologist out of the Southern Region.
Terry?
Terry Hill at large rep.
Calvin?
Calvin Black, Assistant Aquatics Manager, Southeast Region Price.
And there's two more folks that it's just lumping together. Go ahead. I'll let both of y'all duke it out and who gets there first. I can't see who they are.
M&M. It just says M&M.
Yeah. M&M.
Mike Hadley,
Ah,
Southern
there
Region
we
Aquatics Manager.
Thank you. And now there's a Z.
And
Michaela Ramby, Aquatics Biologist, Southern Region.
Awesome. Okay, is that everyone? Oh, we got a new person.
Neil Banner.
Yes. Thanks, Neil. Neil just was approved by the governor, so here's your county letter.
They let me in.
Framed.
Governor Cox didn't come down and welcome you.
I know. He
came-
said he was just,
He
you
came
know,
to the house.
next
kind
time,
of busy. Huh?
next time we'll have him come.
All right, I think we've got everybody accounted for, so I think the next thing on the agenda is to the June 2023 minutes. Did everybody get them this time? Any corrections?
I have a comment.
Yes.
In the area that talks about approving past meeting notes. I think it's the second paragraph.
In the minutes?
In the minutes that was sent out on the second paragraph.
Okay, the approval of previous
Yeah.
meeting minutes.
Yes.
It does not say what the dates of those previous meeting minutes were.
Okay, so include dates. in that. I'm just gonna have to, I'll make a note of that.
Any other comments?
Nope.
And I think there was a question on page 5 of didn't catch the water, and that was Lost Creek.
That's Lost Creek. I made that change. There was also, it said that, the brown sign location on the lower Provo, that was sold in April. That was actually sold in December 2022. So I made that correction.
What was the lost trip, TJ?
So client said
On
something
page,
about.
on the 5th page, the transcriber couldn't figure out what water they were talking about,
Oh.
and it was reporting on Lost Creek. So that correction's been added.
I can pull that up if you want to see it. You want to see it?
No.
Okay.
I went through them and I didn't even notice that.
And then I also added Ryan to the list of new people that was approved in the meeting notes. So those are the only changes that were made. I'll go ahead and, like I said, I've got a note to include the dates on those previous meeting minutes that were approved. Would it be possible to make a motion accepting them with that change, as long as I get that change done tomorrow, or is that not kosher?
I think it's kosher.
Yeah.
I make the motion.
Okay.
Anybody second? So we've got a first and second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Yeah.
Great, I will get those included and, we'll consider those final and post notice. I did send out the November meeting notes, but that was yesterday, of course, so, you know, not gonna worry about trying to approve those today. We'll approve those first thing. The March meeting, which I guess while we're at it, it is scheduled for March 21st, so that is the third Thursday of March, just like, we had kind of thought it might be, but that was verified. We'll start at 9 a.m. We'll be reviewing project proposals, and we'll start downstairs in the auditorium because we'll start with the Habitat Council folks.
So is that gonna be in this building?
It'll be in this building, and you'll start downstairs, and then in the afternoon, we'll move up here, and it'll be just Blue Ribbon projects, so it'll be more of like just a Blue Ribbon meeting, and that's where we can approve those November notes.
21st at 9?
21st, 9 a.m. And I'll send that invite out tomorrow, probably.
So we won't be out at the Eccles Wildlife Center. We're gonna be
No.
here.
That's good.
Yeah, that was like the backup
That's
location.
farther to travel from St. George, if anybody was wondering.
What's another 30 minutes, Dave?
That's 1% of your journey.
I won't be able to get to the golf course, so.
Okay. All right, that's good. You want to move, anything else you want to discuss, or you want to move to regional updates?
We needed to revise the agenda to include, or to move the outreach priorities up. So the revised agenda has us talking about outreach priorities now, with Darby. She needed to get going, so
Okay.
I wasn't available this afternoon. So let me pull up and share our outreach. Make sure I know what I'm doing here. We'll go over the list that everyone had a chance to look at.
Did everybody give you a vote?
I did not get a vote from everyone,
You have enough?
but yeah, I think we had a good selection. Need to find it. All right, I'm just gonna share entire screen. And I'll just pull this up separate. So hopefully, yeah, there it is. It's kind of nice to have this computer going, then I can see the display. It's like a reminder to make it bigger. Okay, can everybody see that adequately?
Not really.
How about bigger?
Get rid of
Oh,
our
yeah.
mics.
Get rid of our picture there.
Yeah, I can see the different view. Oh, let's see if we can use sidebar. Not adequate, or should I just go spotlight? It's my best.
Can you hit the pen? Or is that? Can you slide it?
Yeah.
That's better.
You can see it.
Okay, and yes, you can pretty well even see the scores and everything. That just says averaged responses. So here's what I did. I had you guys do 1 through 10. These are the, just the news releases, like the social media posts, press release, things of that nature. I had you do 1 through 10. And then I realized that 10 through 1, with 10 being the top, was going to be easier for my brain to think about in terms of like what was going to rank out the highest, right? Because if you gave it a 10, that's the number 1, or your 10 is your top choice, and then that's just going to score the higher score. That was easier for me to think about. So that's why across the bottom it says reverse. So it's basically it was news, social media. That I sent out that had you guys rank, and then I reversed it and I checked and double checked. So these are the average scores. And then I also, because some of them wouldn't have gotten selected by everyone, I also then did N, that's the number of people that had any kind of a score in each one of these items, then an average response that just selected, or that just multiplied the average times the number, just so it just basically said that we're giving a weight to higher scores and we're giving a weight to more people selecting it. So that's how these were scored, and that's how
Sounds complicated, no?
it hurt my brain to figure this out, but to me it works. So if yeah, just because it was like, well, you know, some of these just weren't selected by everyone, right? You can see the N here. It's like, well, you know, but the score was a 7, right? From the person who did select it. So if you just use that score, not the number of people selecting, then it would have been a 7. Well, not everyone, very few people selected that one. So I tried to incorporate it. It's basically weighting number of people selecting that equal to the score. So I could change that weighting, but I thought that this was good because it did, to me, it still kind of fell out, right? You can see more people selected these yellow ones. They also had a higher average. So the top ones were 2 through 12 here. So it's like anything above a 20, a score of 20 is in yellow. And then these were a little bit lower, the ice fishing of blue ribbon waters and catch and release best management practices. So I kind of just put those in orange just as the, you know, maybe we could include those, maybe not. And then you can't see it now, but I also went through and thought about like the timing of each one. And that I guess is up for debate, but typically Randy would put together a schedule that said, okay, in January, we're going to do this release. In February, we're going to do this release. So timing is kind of important. We want to make sure that we're not just flooding the airwaves all in, you know, in April when people are getting their boats out and we're spring fishing. Like, it's great to get some of that stuff out, but we probably don't want to just flood it either. Well, do you want to, we did do introductions and things of that nature. So do you want to have a seat and introduce yourself? So,
Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry, I had to teach first grade and then get here.
And then both.
Yeah, I'm Ryan Newman, warm water representative.
Welcome. And I think everybody is the same from last meeting except for Neil down there. He's the only new person. So just so you're aware, everyone else is quite familiar to you.
Yeah.
We were just going through the outreach stuff. So most people submitted a ranking and this is how it kind of all fell out. I'm gonna, wonder if I can, well, let's go back here. So I guess I've never done this before. I know, Dave, you've been around for a while. Maybe you could just, if my thoughts are kind of like, well, that's making it complicated, let me know. But I was just thinking that we could just go down the list and just talk about, yes, these make sense. No, there's an issue, right? So flaming gorge issues, plus the study results. We do have an upcoming meeting on February 1st in the Northeastern region. Ryan's going to be giving a presentation. So and that, like, a lot of people wanted to see that. So I thought February or March for that, just to kind of tailor or just kind of tear off of that February 1st meeting. Krill survey results. So we've got krills, the Flaming Gorge Reservoir krill ended recently. We've got the Provo, Jordanelle, and Pelican Lake ongoing, but because some of these are ending, they're not ending till June, November, December, just to give the regions some time to think about what the main points of that would be. We might not be able to do all of those because of data analysis typically is done over winter. But maybe we can just kind of talk about, we can maybe just summarize some of the main points that we saw without really going into detail. These are social media posts anyway. And I guess, Darby, if you have any thoughts on this as we go through, you just let me know.
Okay, this is reflecting pretty tightly what we already had planned, so this is great.
Okay, great. Fish habitat structures, what are they? This is to inform voters, probably April, May. The rate our weather is going, we might all be boating next month, but, but I think people will still probably wait until April, and I don't know, with any luck, maybe we'll keep our ice for a little longer, but regardless, like that seemed like a good time, like as the ice is coming off, as people are getting their boats out to talk about those fish habitat structures. This one was just for Blue Ribbon specifically, so how funding is allocated and how it is used, and I thought that could be any time, just to give a little bit of flexibility in the schedule. We just fit it in where it just makes the most sense, where we have an opening. Promotion of populations where we need harvest. This, I thought July or September, but it's because I'm biased. I'm thinking about walleye at starvation, but that doesn't mean that that's what we have to focus on. Obviously, it would be a statewide release, so I'm flexible with, I think we would just talk to the regions about what waters they'd want to promote and when does it make sense to fish them for those species, and then we would go from there. So I have a little bit of groundwork to do. Clint?
At least for our region, we have a couple of waters that have an annual kind of increased harvest that usually happens in August and September. So having that in July would probably be something that we would look at.
Okay. Okay. Tyler, do you have any?
Not really.
Okay.
It's just been the same consistency for years, but
Okay.
I think everybody's still on board with that. I think we got enough outreach on that water.
Okay.
The Deer Creek, Jordan, nothing there. So.
Okay. Natalie, Calvin, Mike, Kayla, do you have any thoughts? Hearing none, I'm gonna move on. So we'll just leave that as July. So walleye or other different species fishing, that's, just looking at our creel surveys, we have a lot of people who target trout, rainbow trout specifically, but all trout really. But we also would like to direct them to crappie and walleye and some of these other non-Utah traditional species or non-traditional Utah species. So that's kind of what that would be, probably June or July. High elevation fishing opportunities, tiger trout, tiger muskie goldens, just, different locations. That's probably best for August. The starvation screen is a project that you guys have helped funding, and that's proceeding. There'll be a lot of work done this fiscal year, even into June. So that timing was September or October. Oh boy, what's that? Is that on my screen? Oh, scary. I don't know what that was. Duchesne River Bank stabilization. That's a project you guys are also funding, is carried over from last fiscal year. It should happen in the spring. So I thought May or June, just kind of wrapping that up. Pine View habitat install, May.
Yeah, I just made orders,
Oh,
2 days ago.
oh, perfect. Okay.
So
Is ice off by then?
it'll be
Okay,
off and it'll be warm enough that we can push those together pretty easy, I think, to make. We've done it as early as, first week in April with snow on the ground when ice is broken up on Pine View, and it's kind of miserable. But, whenever we can make it work. So I thought May, because it'd be a little bit warmer. If we do it early May, then we could maybe avoid some of the boaters and stuff too.
Okay.
I got wetsuits.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Gets worse every year.
Okay, maybe I'll just, I'm sure we'll all hear about when you're gonna
Oh,
get
yeah,
it going,
yeah.
so. But we can just talk end of May for now. And then Blue Ribbon water body selection and review process. I think I said anytime for this, just to fit it in or help fit it in. It might be more applicable, like, as you guys are thinking about heading out to the 2024 waters, in the spring, but I don't know that it matters for the public, so just to give some flexibility. And then, I guess if there's still room, because we do have a couple of other items in this other outreach worksheet, ice fishing at Blue Ribbon Waters, we did that this year already, I think. So this would be the following year, right? So December 2024. And then catch and release best management practices. That's honestly, that's something that we always do anyway, in June or July. Just to remind people the impacts that they can have on fish. Other outreach, this was separate because we all thought that these all should happen regardless, right? So let's not rank these, let's just, so there's a ranking here, just ignore that. These just need to happen, right? So we have a blue ribbon economic survey that's coming out, that we should have that result, that deliverable June 30th. So that'll be July 1st that we'll get that, and start summarizing that. I thought that September would be a good time to give Salt Lake staff some time to summarize the main points and go through it and fully understand it, and then develop the outreach messaging. And then this was a suggestion, I think this was Rich's suggestion, right? So, maybe make a video, and this would be in law enforcement's shop. Really, we'd have to work with law enforcement, but small boats, float tubes, kayaks, the importance of cleaning and deconning those, rules in general for AIS, just a reminder. And then also, I know that right now there's talk about reminding people about the program, because it's brand new, right? Where people have to go to the DWR website to pay their AIS fee.
As of July of last summer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just those of us who don't register their boats till after July or January 1 will have to be reminded, because it's not been a long winter, but it's kind of been a long winter.
And it was like a 6-month carryover, so the system had to go one way for 6 months and then loop over into a calendar year instead of a fiscal year.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so we're working on some outreach about that to remind people in January. February.
Yeah.
Are the stickers annual?
They're gonna be for the annual year now.
It basically took the AIS fee from your boat registration out of the state of Utah,
The DMV.
And put it into DWR's hands now. So it's unfortunate in one way, but I guess maybe it gives us more flexibility. I don't know.
You know, the positive of this would be that it's consolidating the customer service process, right? You go to one place to take your AIS muscle aware boater course, you go to one place to pay your fee, you go to one place to register your boat and get your sticker back. So that's how
That puts that money in wildlife,
it goes to the AIS fund.
which goes to wildlife.
It goes to, I would
They
have
go
to.
to law enforcement at
Yeah,
this point, because it's interdiction is what it's funding.
So it's, you know, if you think about, you know, for example, the dip tanks that are at many of the water bodies for quick decontamination for folks, you know, some of that came from legislative funding, and some of it is funded, especially for the technician salaries, through the fees that are collected.
So go around good.
Yeah. So if you go on the STD of the C website, it actually has a breakdown of the funding and where it comes from and where it goes for the different programming.
Seems like state parks does most of that.
I don't know the breakdown on state parks versus DWR on that, as far as DNR.
I think some of that, because I know we had an agreement and a contract with state parks where we gave them funding to help them with their AIS work. And I don't know what that amount is and the status of that, but I know we definitely did do that, and there's technicians who are still kind of over that program at state parks.
And then there are also federal partners involved at the national parks. So
Yeah.
Is it a fee and sticker for little personal craft, little float tubes for anything that floats, or only motorized, or
It is for everything, so.
if
I
it
think
floats,
maybe-
it's a boat?
Yeah, if it floats, it's a boat, and so those craft wouldn't have to get registered through the DMV, but they are supposed to, you know what?
Even
I'm
for
gonna walk that back,
So-
because I'm not sure.
So every tube on the lower Provo Road?
Surely not, right?
Surely hope so.
Trina,
Yeah.
Trina, we're
They
working on
need to
those
turn
details
into
with
it. That
law
would be a
enforcement
legit
right now
time.
to clarify.
Oh, yeah.
Let's cover that in the March meeting.
Yeah.
And we will, because like,
You
I
should
know,
question them.
I'm thinking about that.
It's a great question, and it's something that we're talking about strategic communications with law enforcement right now, about how we're gonna communicate which vessels are included and what people need to know about. Often boaters are using multiple kinds of vessels, right? And throughout the year, and so we want to really make it clear what needs to be engaged and registered through the system, what is involved in self-decontamination, from the law enforcement perspective, and then what needs to be enrolled through the vessel enrollment program.
I can imagine like Okay, so I got a boat and I got a paddleboard and I have a kayak and I have a float tube. Really? No.
So it ought to be individual. I mean, you get one, you
Right.
know how to do all your own.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Watercraft.
how they're gonna do that.
That-
Now, and you've
Yeah,
got a
there's a sticker
comment.
that we rotate.
The whole purpose of me bringing that up was because it's my belief that the public in general, specifically people that have kayaks and float tubes and small boats, don't have a clue about the invasive species.
Yeah.
So more information, I believe, needs to be disseminated. And just the fact that we as a group don't know what all those details are,
Right.
I think it's an important aspect. If we're gonna save the waters from being invaded, and we, instead of calling them aquatic invasive species, we could call them alien invasive species. Whatever it takes to get the public more aware, because when I bring it up in like a fly fishing club meeting, almost everybody in the group says, what stickers are you talking about? What education? What form are you talking about? Either the people aren't going to the ramps at Lake Powell, or they don't know anything about the program. So a lot more public education, I believe, is needed.
Agreed. I feel like just the last few years, maybe even last year especially, if it floats, it's a boat has really been the messaging, but that's pretty new, I feel like, in terms of the AIS program, probably a result of COVID and the explosion of kayaks and paddleboards, right? But
Is paddleboard considered a vessel?
I mean, you're
Yep.
supposed to stop.
Floats.
You're supposed to stop at a check station and you're supposed to have a decontamination certificate. So every time I take my paddleboard up, I'm stopping at the Highway 191 station and it's a 2-second stop. But yeah, you're supposed to. But whether or not you need the $20 decal for every single one of your watercraft, that's
So,
no.
Trina, are you suggesting this is still up for debate as how they come up with the language in this rule, or is it already set in stone?
I'm sure that the rule's already set in stone. It's just the
So-
interpretation.
If each one of us has a boat and a kayak and a float tube, do we have to have one for each one, or do we not?
So hold that thought until March. I will have an answer for you.
Right now, you have to have that paper with you. I got that
Yes.
paper in my truck. What if the decal was stuck on that paper and it was transferable?
So,
That's what-
I
so
don't know that it
in
is.
2023, if you had a motorized vessel, you had to pay the $20 fee for residents, $25 for non-residents. You get the sticker, you put it on your motorized vessel. For anything else that had non-motorized or water intake components, you were to go through the course to get this self-decontamination paperwork, and you were responsible for that paperwork to go through any check station. You did not have to pay the $25 fee or $20
That's
fee.
good, yes.
So what is the point of contention that I'm seeing in the divide of this kind of Venn diagram of where the motorized vessels and the non-motorized vessels overlap, is that there's some public outreach that needs to be done about the responsibilities of non-motorized watercraft and what the processes they need to go through and their responsibilities. And also kind of like our responsibilities as an agency to inform people about those. And so all of this is getting updated right now.
Okay.
Because this is all 2023 language.
All
And
motorized.
so we're working with law enforcement right now to change things over. Like, for example, that no longer applies. It's the same process for Utah residents and non-residents.
But are you looking at multiple stickers? One for each boat?
You need if you have a motorized vessel, you need multiple stickers. You need a vest for each vessel that you have. For example, but if you have, say, 3 owners of that vessel, only one owner needs to register that particular vessel. So the sticker for the AIS fee is associated with the vessel, not the registrant, if that makes sense.
So,
Yeah.
so did I understand between you and Dave's conversation that you could get online and take the course and get the paperwork, no fee, and have that on you or digitally?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that would be the answer. That would be the education is people who have multiple crafts.
As long as it's
Take that.
meant to be education, like Rich is suggesting, and not a money grab.
Right.
Well, yeah, I think that the risky, it's all risky, but I think that the number of, and this is anecdotal, but from what I understand from law enforcement, the vast number of infractions where people unknowingly bring or transmit AIS, like villagers or different kinds of things, and aquatics folks chime in on this for sure, because I'm a writer, not a biologist. But my understanding is that the vast majority of issues are caused by motorized vessels and intakes and strainers, not taking out their plugs, not on paddleboards, for example. So, that's where they've really concentrated those efforts so far, because that would be the most problematic issue. But there's no denying that everybody that's got a float, if it floats its boat, needs to have some weigh in on responsibility for it.
It's a little concerning if the paddle boards, because you go up to Smith and Morehouse now, that's been Instagrammed to death now. And
Yeah.
you got on the weekends up there, probably 40, 50 paddle boarders out there, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rockport, same way. And I'd bet my bottom dollar that none of those folks are in the loop on that at all.
Well, most of the folks don't even know they have to get the sticker anymore for your motorized.
Yeah.
And then I got one more comment about the term motorized vehicle or
Vessel,
motorized boat. There was about 6 to 8 months ago, something going around about the classification of a motor. Was it electric or gas driven? And then where do they define it for a DMV fee at 1 horsepower or 2 horsepower? And the reason I bring that up is there's a lot of people that go to Strawberry that use pontoon boats with electric trolling motors that are in that 1 to 2 horsepower range.
Pardon me? I have a pedal kayak. You can pull the pedals out and put an electric motor in there. I put the electric motor in, I have to have a DMV register.
Right.
Any motor.
Yeah.
One of the guys at our club is trying to run a bill through the legislature this year to eliminate that on the electric motors.
Boy, wouldn't that be nice?
Because, you got a little kick boat out there with a 1/4 horsepower, 1/2 horsepower electric motor, and, you're paying the same as the guy with the weight boat. I don't think the impact's quite the same.
Well, I think that all of this is incredibly helpful for me to hear as I'm working with law enforcement to clarify the language. And we're looking at streamlining and adding more content and consolidating other parts of content for the FAQ page, for example, so that if people, Google what qualifies as a motor, then we will be able to have better and more information about that. But it is, of course, coordinating, looking at code, working with law enforcement, making sure that all of those things are aligned.
Thank you.
Yeah, when you go through Evanston with your drift boat, for example, you're gonna go fish the green. You've seen their sign, it says kayaks, paddle boards, canoes, anything.
Well, and there's all of our surrounding states are requiring anything with a motor to be registered. So if you want to leave this state, you have to have your boat, your kayak, your kick boat, whatever registered if you're going to run a motor on it.
Well, here's the thing that we ran into when we went in November. The Wyoming guys were telling us we had to get a sticker for Wyoming, even though we weren't going to fish in Wyoming.
Sure.
We talked them out of that, saying, that doesn't make sense. So they let us through, but that's the confusion that's going on. You might want to look at what the other states have done that are ahead of us.
And then if, I have flat water kayaks, no motors, but if we don't have to have a sticker, but we have to have the certificate. If I have my adult kids come and grab that, do I just send a certificate with them, or do they have to do their own?
Yeah, again, it's linked to the vessel, not the person. So, yeah.
Calvin actually had a hand up and then I forgot about him. Calvin, do you still need to chime in?
I was just going to mention, last week we met with our law enforcement folks and AIS and interdiction specialists down here in our region. They are actively working with the rafting crews out of Moab on the Green and Colorado River. So the message is going out. Our interdiction guys are meeting with rafting companies and stuff. So I know they have plans to start meeting with folks up north, and with clubs and other, guiding services. So they are spreading the word, just so the council is aware of that.
We always talk about the regulation after the survey. The reason for all the whole stuff, May and runs through June, and then and that's what's program. Same process in the top. I'm thinking the top 4, but then after that grant. Depending on anyway, so. You should be able to hear me. Natalie?
Maybe you just fixed it, but something happened with your audio there and no one could hear it online.
Oh, well, that's convenient. Must have been just a little, hopefully just a small snafu. We're back online for good. Yeah, so this is the events. Like I said, I was just thinking the top 4, but then Outdoor Rec Day on the Hill, which is February 16th, that was 5th, so I guess we can extend that, but we looked at, or people wanted to see the kokanee seminar, the catfishing seminar, the fly fishing expo, ice fishing, having some kind of ice fishing seminar. I kind of feel like with the year we're having, we just wait till next year for that. So how about December, January, start of the season, and just try to take advantage of hopefully a better ice fishing year.
That's when we did it last time,
Yeah.
pre-COVID, we did it,
We did it,
I think it was
we did it.
November or December, I can't remember the date.
I know the northeastern region has had them typically with late December, mid-December holiday, but just try and catch the early season, before some of the water's iced up. So, for that event, I'm not sure how that works. I should have gone through this with Randy now, but, before this, but, who runs these? Who organizes them? Larry, is that your?
I've been organizing them. I just find that people that give the presentations, usually we get a couple of guides. Everybody here knows people that can present this stuff. And
So you probably look to the division to try and find a venue?
yeah, when we did it down in Richfield, we used the Richfield, City Hall down there has a nice room downstairs. It's really nice. And, I worked with a local biologist down there to, they have different stuff going on. They see if they know the region and where there's a room. It worked out really well in Richfield and catfishing.
And we did the ice fishing one up at Farmington.
Yeah, did it Farmington, and the time before that, we did it up at Jordanelle at they got a really beautiful place up there.
And the one before we did here in this building.
Yeah, so, I mean, to me, it's amazing how many people come out with stuff. I mean, we had, I don't know, 35, 40 people in Richfield, and not counting staff and all us hanger-oners.
And 35, 40 people come to me and was very grateful that we went down there. Yeah, it was well received.
Yeah, and it gives me an opportunity to get down south, because I mean, being up here, it's like, wow, I'll just drive down to the Provo or up to the Weaver, So.
Well, Russ and I did the logistics on the one up at Jordanelle. I
Yeah,
think we had like 120 people show
Yeah,
up.
it was, we had to keep bringing in chairs.
Yeah,
and standing
bringing in
room
chairs.
only.
It's crazy. The
Is
ice
that the one
fishing.
after the meeting that time?
I
No,
remember it was,
that was ice fishing
Oh,
up
is that
there.
right? Oh,
yeah, this was like summer.
Yeah,
It was decent weather.
Yeah, I was in
But
Michigan. I had to
they
go to
were
Michigan
standing
for that.
on the back walls.
I had to go.
So these things are great, folks.
Yeah. You
So-
get to meet a lot of new people.
Yeah, no, I've heard a lot of good feedback from like the Rocky Mountain anglers.
And
So
then,
for organizing these, we need to start working on it about 2 months in advance because we need to finalize details and then we want at least a month to promote them, I would think. Right?
4 to 6 weeks, ideally.
because people really don't commit anymore. It's amazing. They'll commit 3 days before. Because, you know, everybody's busy and then they realize, oh, that's coming up.
Okay, well, so I think I'm gonna put together the schedule and I can send that to you and Faith and Jessica. And then for the event especially, then it sounds like Larry, you and I just need to work together beforehand. Starting about 2 months before approximately.
Yeah, the May one will probably need to get going on. I've been dodging in and out of my instruction that kind of takes me a day to recover after I drag those kids around for 2 days in a row.
Excuse me, you know, I help Larry on the outreach committee, although Larry really is carrying the bulk of the load. But I just got thinking with all these new people too, we may want to look at the different committees and we probably need to do that. We have a bunch of new people.
Some other, especially north and south, you know, be focusing on the south.
Is there anything else you want to learn on this?
And just a couple of notes, the rec day on the hill, I went last year to that and it's a fun event. It's free and a lot of the legislatures come down and, you know, see the thing and you kind of get to fight them a bit. There's a lot of directors and other people that have some influence. So they serve breakfast at 7.
So you'll be there.
I'm gonna be there just because it's a lot of fun. And it gives a lot of, you know, anyways.
How long does that usually
It
go?
goes from like 7 to 10 or 11 in the
Oh, so
morning.
just the morning.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that-
just a morning.
Is that rec, meaning everything from fly fishing to side by side or whatever?
Yes, it's whatever. You know, the interesting thing is after skiing, I understand it, fishing is the second largest revenue producer in the state. So, and we are poorly represented on the Hill, I would say, for the economic impact that we drive. And I would think that, you know, I would say if we can tag along with somebody on a booth up there, I'm trying to get TU involved, but it might be too late there. But if we could tag along at one of the department's booths, put our little signs up, hand out our stuff. And then I don't know if we have the preliminary results from that economic survey in by then, but
He hasn't even posted the survey to collect.
that would be important to kind of, you know, I guess that's another, I've got a little note to ask about what the department's legislative priorities are this year. Last year it was low. Now, you know, what is it this year? What's the department looking for money and how can we help? Because I can give it to you guys on board for that.
So Riley.
Yeah.
And something really quick, the Fly Fishing Expo is March 15th and 16th.
Have you heard, because I'm talking to the guys at High Country and has not been a lot of communication.
No.
Good word.
But those are the dates that are set.
Yeah, I knew those were the dates, but there's some concern, is it gonna happen at all?
I know, there's not a lot of chatter.
I
They
just,
asked me if I was gonna teach this year
Same.
and what, what I thought about the outdoor part of it. It's gonna be cold.
I got an email from the fly tying chair this morning.
So it's a go.
Yeah,
Seems
I know.
like it.
it's just, they're just not spreading the word.
Yeah, it's not very,
Did we do anything of that, or we just kind of let them do their own outreach?
That would be a Faith question. Our bandwidth is not always great at, events unless law enforcement already has a stake in it. But Faith would know what our calendar is like for that.
I know the department has some booths there. AIS was there last year. Sleps and Sim, but there were a couple other, departments within the department there, handing out their stuff to the public and.
There's one guy that kind of has taken charge of like all the outreach. But I think he moved. Justin.
Grover.
Yeah.
Justin?
No, it's not Justin Grover. He used to like do Brighton Anglers, like a fishing club.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, right?
Justin, my understanding, is still kind of in charge.
Yeah, I think that's it. He might be worth reaching out and seeing if he's gonna do it again. But we need somebody. We need a Darby.
Maybe we'll go Friday.
Anything else?
Blue ribbon guys.
We're good?
Do you want me to just run over what
We did.
my comms team has
We want to
online?
see-
Yeah?
Sure.
Okay. So for what we have proposed that, as I said, it aligns pretty closely with what, has been ranked by the committee. So, I think that it's a matter of taking this after you all talk a little bit more in finesse and then, looking at how realistically we can schedule this out. And I think it's great. So Faith, handles all the news releases for our media outreach statewide. She has two that she usually does every year, which is the new blue ribbon water bodies, if there are any, and the announcement of new projects. So those are pretty standard news releases that get lots of promotion statewide. We're planning on doing a news release about ice fishing in January. I think that is either going out or already did. Spring fishing in May, fall fishing August, September, ice fishing tournaments update in December. And Trina and Jessica right now are working on ironing out our social media spotlights for Blue Ribbon Fisheries throughout 2024. We'll have at least one per month on that, so that's going to be great. We are also coordinating. I am the editor for our blog and the website content for that. So we're featuring Blue Ribbon Waters and Marketing Campaign Phase 2 that we have, which is all about promoting fishing, especially in underserved communities and getting more women involved in fishing in Utah. And I don't know if you saw the cover of our guidebook this year. So that's fantastic. We're super excited about that. And for example, Natalie Warren has written a blog post about catching panfish, and we're getting a lot more of our biologists involved in contributing content to our blog, and then highlighting Blue Ribbon Fisheries within those. So we're excited about that. We're also going to be doing some listicles, which are like top 10 places to go here or there, this time of year, catching these kinds of fish, which, the feedback that we get from the public is, as much as we would love to have words on the page, they want very short, digestible bits of content. So we aim to also provide that, which then can be parsed out into social media posts very easily. Highlights, reels on Instagram, stories on Instagram, very small, digestible pieces of information and content. So that will also be an opportunity to highlight and give great shout outs to the Blue Ribbon program. And then we also have 2 podcasts in the work. Faith is our producer for the podcast for Wild, and we get a lot of followers on the podcast. If you're not already subscribing, please do. It's a really fantastic resource. I listen to it to and from work, and it's great. She's planning a podcast episode for the spring about the flaming gorge management. So, that also goes in line with the very high priority that the committee is set for talking about flaming gorge. So she's going to be doing that. It looks like the region would like that to go out a little bit later in the spring. So we'd be looking at March or April for that. And then she's also planning a podcast episode about Utah lake fishing and management later in the year. I don't have a deadline for that one, so that looks like it's still in the works. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to be determined events planned at Blue Ribbon Water Bodies this year, including the Steinecker Youth Ice Fishing Derby on February 3rd. So that's our outreach that's planned as far as our known bandwidth. And then I'm also excited to work more on the AIS outreach for that as well.
Yeah.
So if you all have any questions about that or about outreach that we did in 2023, I know that we're already over time for our agenda for the outreach portion, but I'm available. Faith is available. You can reach me or Trina with any other questions.
Yeah, thank you, Darby.
Yeah.
It does sound like there's just a lot of overlap, so I think it'll like all mesh together really well.
Yeah.
So yeah, if anyone has any feedback on this, I'll go ahead and put together kind of a schedule throughout the year with this information, these priorities, and I will send that out to the group. So that's your chance to review more thoroughly, maybe think about it a little bit more, and then provide feedback, like if we're missing something that could be really important, or you're willing to help out. If you are interested in attending the Rec Day on the Hill, maybe contact Larry for that. You guys could meet up. As far as having a booth there, we probably don't do anything, right?
We have a table.
Could we kind of attach Blue Ribbon to that, or is that a no?
I don't know on the call on that one. Faith would be your contact for that, and
She's
Matt
not
Bartley.
gonna
Yeah. They are taking the
We're
point on
skinny, we don't take up much.
Right.
that. We have some
Till we
great
get there.
swag. I'm just saying, it's gonna be nice. Yeah.
Okay, I think
Yeah,
that's,
the table's good.
That's good.
yes.
They-
Thank you.
Great, thanks, y'all.
We just
Thanks.
show up with our little sign.
Thanks for
Thank you,
your
Darby.
input. That's great.
Yeah.
For influential people to button.
We're keeping busy. It's good.
Nice.
Okay, the regional presentation.
Are they on? Here?
Yeah, so do you want to start in the room?
Sure.
How you wanna start?
I'll start with a little strawberry stuff. We've had a lot going on there, as everybody's probably aware. Alan gave me a little bit of an update. Rainbow's, the 10-inch stocking of their fish now has been doing really well. They've been doing that, what, I think Chris, it's 18 or 19, I believe. And it's showing good results. Numbers are high, fish are high, catch rates are great. And a lot of you can probably attest to that as well. What else did he have? Kokanee numbers were low. I know we talked about it in their last meeting, but some of their stuff he's gone through now shows it should be better next year. They always look at 3-year-old fish or where that line comes in play, and he thinks that it should be a pretty good year. So hopefully our Kokanee numbers can jump back up. It's not the first time we've seen them come down and kind of bounce back and forth, but I know we had good fishing in Jordan now, and we had a lot of anglers move down there, which showed in our creel survey results. What else? Chub populations remain low and stable. Cutthroat are keeping them in check. It's one of the bigger concerns they've had there, but cutthroat seem to be doing well. And then the topic that everybody likes to talk about are the walleye that were recently the single walleye that was recently caught. We'll go into that with some of the projects as well, but.
And then one allegedly on a camera.
Yes, it's supposedly on a camera. If you guys are keeping up on social media, everybody saw a walleye after that one was caught, is what it seemed to be. There was one caught. It's verified. We're gonna do some work. Not me particular, mostly Wes and Alan will be taking time this spring, setting nets, doing some eDNA work, trying to find if there's one more. But we all know the size of strawberry. Odds are low if we finally got one fish. I can't imagine there's 20,000 or 20 million walleye in there if we're only getting one. Hopefully that's the case and it was just a freak accident. Somebody did something they weren't supposed to do and brought it from Deer Creek or brought it from starvation or somewhere easy to do. Given that where it was caught was a pretty road accessible location, seems to be the path, but we'll see if we get more. We don't really have much of an update because of course, after that fish caught, it finally locked up with ice, so they couldn't really go out and do any work in that area. But I think they're planning to set some traps, run the kokanee trap in the spring, see if any walleyes come up the river. set some nets where that one was caught. They're gonna do as much work as they possibly can to see if there's more fish in that system, but.
We talked about doing some EDNA.
Yeah.
That Soldier Creek
Yeah.
area as well, and Alan put together kind of a mini proposal, just how many samples would we need to feel confident? I mean, with the reservoir that big, it's kind of daunting, but if we just stick to the Soldier Creek side, then
That's where that was caught.
Yeah.
And that's your deepest water too, isn't it? On that whole way.
So, yeah.
Do those pick up in the survey nets in the same sets as they would Wrangler, or do you have to set them differently?
No,
Same.
yeah, the way they set them up there, they set them basically like a gill net. So it runs from shore, some of their nets run from shore and run out as far as the net goes, which is in theory a massive gill net. So if they should get caught. I'm assuming they're gonna set additional nets in the spring, just to boost besides their normal October curtain net sampling. I'm pretty sure Wes and Allen will be setting a few nets randomly throughout the year, just seeing if they ever get one.
In the meantime, they'll just be eating chips.
Exactly.
if they want bottom net sets, some of the heavier lead lines like that, I guess I can talk to Natalie probably.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Chris has planned if we're gonna run up there during our downtime or help him out with some stuff, but I'm sure we'll be up there.
I think this is a good opportunity to throw. I know a lot of the guys that are here fish strawberry, that are on the council. This would be a good opportunity to jump in for some volunteer work and some extra hands. The region is going to be probably taking at least our electric fishing boat. We'll probably take our big boat that's very similar to theirs, help them set gill nets, help them set curtain nets is my guess. We haven't talked a lot about it. I've talked with Wes personally, and he's like, I just want your electric fishing boat. So there's a concerted effort, it is probably one of the bodies of water that's fished the most in the state, by anglers because of where it is along the front. So if you have some time, you want to volunteer, I think there's probably going to be some opportunities to get on a boat.
That is a good point. When there's always, we have a work planning session, right? Every region goes through a work plan where they identify exactly what they're going to be working on during the year. And there's always something that pops up, but rarely is it going to be this intensive. So where it's in it, it's additional to their full 2,080 hour work plan. It definitely is nice to have help and other hands out there. So we'll talk about the volunteer spreadsheet upcoming. So that'll be a great place for you guys to make sure that's included.
Thanks, Clint. Appreciate that one. No problem. Other central region update. We're still waiting on Creel data for Jordanelle. Our data processor, she did a bunch of updates in her software. I might get it today. So it's very close to being done. So hopefully in one of our future meetings, maybe up in March, that one's already pretty busy, but the next one after that, I can share those results with you guys. The lower Provo Creel ends in 2 weeks. We're still kind of plowing through that, and people are still fishing. Mickey might have a little more of an update for me, or Ryan might, who knows, but our guys still contacting 5 to 15 people a day. Weekends are busier, so there's still guys fishing. Of course, this last week of massive snow was very slow for him in the canyon. Not a lot of guys fishing. Trying to avoid all the snow that was coming down, but that Creel does end in 2 weeks, and then there'll be a full year of that data collection. And again, we'll send that off, but it'll probably take a little bit longer. We might not see those results till March, April, if Mike and I get it piled together up right away. Other than that, not much on Deer Creek and Jordanelle. Those waters don't get fished a ton between the ice on and the open water season. There's still some diehards that might get out there, but we are starting to get some ice on Deer Creek in those smaller arms. But again, we're at the same point. We're looking at 40-degree water or 40-degree air temp coming up. So I can't imagine the ice at Deer Creek's going to hold up well enough to go ice fishing. Other than that, it's pretty much our central region update. Mickey, if you want to add anything, feel free.
No, we're waiting on everything this year. We're waiting on ice. We're waiting on the midges. We're waiting for the blue wings. I mean, we're waiting on everything.
Waiting on snow.
Waiting on, yeah, it's just a strange year. I don't know temperatures or what's going on.
I will say one more thing. I recently had my first child last week. I am running on low sleep the last few nights.
Changed your life, didn't it?
Oh yeah. I talked to my wife. She's in a little worse shape than me, but we're starting to settle in a little bit, but kid hates diaper changes and doesn't like to go to bed after the diaper change. It's kind of on the night is day and day is night schedule right now, so.
I hate to tell you, you're never gonna recover. This is how you're gonna feel the rest of
Oh, I'm ready. I'm trying to be as ready.
But it's great.
Yeah. It's been a week since we had him. We're doing all right.
How thick's the ice on Strawberry right now?
I've heard anywhere from 4 to 10 inches, but
And there's
there's
still some open water.
still open water, and
Slush.
then where all the snow drifted in from that big snowstorm that caused 40 to shut down for the night. You're talking 2 feet of snow with maybe 6 inches of water under that, so it's, if you can get out there, you can get out there, but don't push it. If it's getting dark, get off the water.
Yeah, so fishing's been good in like 15 feet of water, so
Yeah.
you really don't have to be offshore very far.
No.
Zach was up there, they got him in 7 feet of water. I started at 7, got nothing, went to 15, and it was good.
And how much ice? 4 inches?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not much. It's very hit or miss from what we look at.
Yeah, just drill a lot of holes as you go out there.
Natalie, did you have a question or comment?
I just had a comment. I think I saw a published paper in the AFS book from Tyler. I thought he was gonna give kudos to himself, but I will for him. Good job, man.
It's about bourbon, so they don't really care about them in this state, but besides Flaming Gorge. But yes, I did get a published paper for my graduate research.
Oh,
nice.
Awesome. Maybe in a paper.
Yeah, it was a busy last month and a half, I'd say.
Congrats. Okay, who do you want to move to next?
Mine's gonna be pretty short, sweet. I'll start Bear Lake. Bear Lake Monster Fest will be the last Friday, Saturday of January. I think it's 27th, 28th, or 28th, 29th, something like that. And so that's the Cisco Disco. So the 26th and 27th. Emily's trying to find Cisco right now along the shore. As part of our annual surveys, collect 100 Cisco and do the age and sex of those fish and go through a bunch of other data just to see how they're doing. And then Willard, we're still working up on some reports. Taylor is still doing spines. We collected spines out of walleye and catfish to see what our age classes are and what they look like. We did have a year class and we talked about it on Tuesday. Purchasing more wipers probably from Keo. It's an annual thing. We've stocked 1 million wiper fry and we found those fish in nets this fall, which is really kind of something that we've never seen. So we're hoping that with all the walleye, the young year walleye that we collected this fall as well, sets us up for some pretty good chompers, keeping shad in check for the next few years. Pineview, we'll talk a little bit more about projects and some of those kind of things coming up. I did submit a proposal, and so we'll talk about that a little bit later. There is ice, as with everywhere else. It froze in lots of different places. Pressure ridges are still over water. Like it's crazy in some of the places. So I've yet to be even out on the ice. Besides work, I haven't been a Pineview or Manly or any of those places at all yet. So the Weavers finally froze mostly across up in the higher elevations. So I think fishing is going to be a little tough. We've had a really interesting winter because of all the snow and rain and everything last year. Echo was held to 92% full up until just about a month and a half ago. And over the Veterans holiday weekend, they let out some water. Anglers got really upset that they had water in the river. They couldn't fish because there was so much water. But it's a good thing because we have water in the stretch river that we never, since I think it's 1927, we don't get we don't get water released out. There's no winter flows. There's no agreement there. And, so we have water this year. It's about 160 CFS. It'll happen until we bump up flows. They bump it up higher, but there's still some projects. There's still a bridge project at Croydon that they're working on. So, they're trying to get Echo down, to a decent elevation before runoff starts. They've lowered Rockport. As far as that goes, that's kind of the report that I have. There's not a, we're busy crunching numbers and Taylor's doing most of that work. And putting together just reports and getting those things done. So, that's what I have.
Marquio, or how do you know? Just by size or?
No, we've stopped wondering. We had about 10,000 palmettos, I think, that we stocked, which are a different cross of wipers, right? They use a female striped bass and a male white bass. So the eggs are bigger, and so the fries start a lot bigger. And we had some of those that came out of the hatchery this year for the first time that we had some numbers that we put in. And that allows us to stock them and not have to worry about what our zooplankton number, like what our size of zooplankton are, because they can eat anything. The Sunshine Cross, which we've always used and which we got from Keel, if they don't start at the right time, they really suffer because their mouths are too small. It started as the white bass egg, right? So they're smaller. And so trying to make that change, it was big, but we had some extra money last year, and we were trying to because we tripled the volume of water in Willard last year with all the water going in. We went from about 29 or 30% full to max. And so we wanted to increase and put as many walleye and wiper in there as we possibly could. And so we bought some eggs. And we don't see, and they were 3 to 4 inch wipers that we had in our nets. And we just don't see that. And you stock in 10,000, 10,000, you probably wouldn't see more. But we put 1 million and they looked awesome. I mean, they looked really, really good and they did really well. So, and walleye, we had usually in the fall nets, we'll collect 6 or 8 walleye in 24 nets that we have set. And we were collecting 6 to 8 year walleye in every net. And so really cool age class coming through. We just had good survival on both of those. So we had some crazy nights trying to stock those fish, big waves, lots of wind, and trying to not sink a boat, but it worked out. It's nice to see some fish in fall nets. So
you guys doing your egg fishing?
Yep, and we'll talk about those kind of opportunities because Willard's a big one. It's a big effort. It took us 4 days last year to get our numbers. Sometimes it takes 6 weeks. It usually takes about 6 weeks. We did everything in 4 days. So hit things right, had good weather, collected a lot of fish. You're figuring it out. Some days. Larry never say we haven't figured it out. Larry's never touched a bit. Oh, or a fish head.
Smith and Morehouse, the kokanee up there, my wife and I went up almost every week looking for those rascals and never saw anything going up the creek. Is it too early? Did they need that too?
It's the craziest thing. We didn't monitor it for kokanee this year. Taylor was looking at, I think 4 or 5 other water bodies, not necessarily for cokes at Smith and Morehouse. But we went in November, and found fish red in nets.
Up the creek or in?
No.
In the net.
We're trying to use make grayling a brood source out of Smith and Morehouse. So we're collecting fish. And our efforts, the end of October and in November, the nets that we set in our efforts, we found red kokanee in the reservoir. End of October, we found fish under the ice in the stream. It was so cold, like the stream was frozen over. We were walking on ice. Water was flowing over the rock, like over the frozen rocks, yeah. Right? And there were cokes under the ice in the pools. at that time.
So it's a really late
It
spot.
was really, and I've had up until 2 weeks ago, guys still sending me pictures of kokanee through the ice that are still red.
That's Rich from Rich's Bagels, if you're familiar with that. He fishes it a lot. He's catching red kokanee through the ice right now. When he lifts them out, they're squirting eggs all over the ice.
Yeah, I don't know if they delayed long enough and they just held everything and, you know, they're trying to spawn. I don't even know if they could even spawn at this point.
Would there be any recruitment up there, you think?
I don't know. I don't know. Have no idea. It'll be interesting to see what happened and why it happened that way.
There's still a ton of water coming down both Smith Creek and Bristol, Weaver. It's amazing how much water's coming out.
Yeah, it was really surprising. In fact, when we set nets off the dam, we had this theory that, and we've been talking about how to catch enough grayling for his Easter. And we set 8 or 10 nets and we caught those and they were red. And we really struggled catching. I jigged and jigged up some grayling, but our nets, it was tough. It was really hard. We electrofished and collected most of our sample using the boat. So to tell you why this age class decided to postpone as long as they did, I don't know. I have no idea why it happened that way. Because everything else at all the other reservoirs they had, it was pretty consistent. You know, it might be a week or two delayed or early or whatever, but not out of the norm. But to have fish, you know, under the ice in January, I've caught them under the ice in January at Porcupine red, but it's really weird to have as many guys reaching out to me saying, "Hey, what in the world? Why am I catching goats?" They're red there, so. Could be, but even the egg tape, like you have your fall and you kind of have this late fall run. Those are, Wes and I kind of talked about that late run is like November, December, right? Like not end of October, kind of, you know. So we have this group that they really want to take out of strawberry that's in September and October because it's super easy to do that. You're not busting ice on raceways and everything trying to collect those fish in November, December, because there is a group of folks in our water bodies that are that. Well, hatchery guys don't want to have those because that's, oh man, 5 degrees of strawberry trying to work up fish, even inside a heated building would be miserable. Yeah. But just, you know, I think that's what we're trying, you know, I have no idea. I don't know why they ran that way this year. But
Anything else? Any other questions for Clint? Thanks. Yeah, I think so. What do you want?
Calvin? Like to pick on Calvin?
Yeah. Calvin, you there?
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me now?
Can you hear us now?
All right, we're good. Sorry, new laptop, new buttons, can't figure everything out here. I don't have a whole lot to report on today. We finally got winter down here in Castle Country, so we finally see some of this white stuff down here. So some of our waters are starting to ice up, and Schofield and Huntington have been iced for about a month or more. So really what I was going to touch on was 2 projects that the council had helped provide funding towards, provide you guys an update. The first is the recapture reservoir angler access improvement. We've been able to get a draft design of the new parking lot and boat ramp with our engineering firm. We had to secure some more funding and hire a private archaeologist to go and map the entire project site. Both our division and BLM archaeologists were too busy to do such an extensive survey for us. We will have that final report by the end of the month, so we can overlay what they have found for cultural artifacts within our project site, so we can proceed, cautiously with our NEPA and any permitting, and then any type of consultation with the tribes we'll have to work on. So we're probably going to be about a year and a half out before we can probably ask for funding through motorboat access for a new ramp and parking lot. But we are still proceeding, and everyone's think this is going to work out quite well for us. Just a few little hiccups with the design we think might just need to be tweaked, so we're not impacting cultural sites that are right there next to the reservoir. The other project is the Huntington Creek limiting factor analysis. We met with the consultant last month. They presented their data and their findings. We have a draft report. Again, we'll have the final report by the end of the month. Very, very good feedback from them. Very extensive work. They spent the entire summer down there, made multiple trips, counted and measured over 2,000 trees that are in the stream system to get a good representative account of what's going on. A lot of pebble counts and stuff like that. So we now can identify where our spawning habitat's at, our rearing habitat, any type of migration barriers for fish during the spring and fall. So we have some really good, like I said, information to now look at any type of restoration work and to see how we're managing the stream and how that can relate to any of our restoration efforts up there. So, but overall, Huntington Creek has done really well. And fishing really, really good this year. Our numbers are not back up to what they were when they were blue ribbon status. Some of our sites, used to have 4,000 fish per mile. We're probably at 1,100 to 1,200 fish per mile in those sections, but we're double the size. The average size fish is now about 17 inches versus about 10 inches, 8 to 10 inches before the 2012 fire. So we're going to reevaluate how we're managing it, because of, I personally, and I think a lot of people would rather catch bigger fish than a bunch of little small ones in some of those sections. So I think what we're doing and what we're seeing is a good result. And there are a few little tweaks, and I think we'll have that fishery back to potential blue ribbon status. So that's really all I had. If the council had any questions.
Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you, Calvin.
It was nice to meet you. I'll have to head out.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You can meet too.
Really? Yeah.
Now.
All right, can you all hear me? All right, so I guess we'll start off by, obviously there's been some changes in our office. We've selected a new blue ribbon representative for the Northeastern region for the next little while. He's unfortunately not here today, but his name is Josue Hernandez. He's actually part of our native fish crew, but he is becoming an avid fisherman, and both on the ice and open water. Josue is originally from El Salvador, and that's where he is right now. He'll be back in a couple weeks, but we're going to take this opportunity to help expand his visions and horizons and introduce him to kind of a new setting from what he's used to in the native species world. So I'll introduce him in the next meeting, but when you guys see that name come up, he is going to be the new me filling in for a while at least. And I think you guys will really enjoy talking with him, and he will enjoy the same thing, coming and learning about all these different projects going on throughout the state and all of that fun stuff. So when you see that name, that is who that is. I guess we'll just start with, like everybody else, the ice fishing season in our region has been super strange. As of even yesterday, we still had the north end of Steinecker open water, and it had not capped. The crazy thing is, on the other side, there's probably anywhere from 8 to 10 inches of ice right now on the south and west side. And Steinecker is one of our major tournament locations throughout the entire month of January and into February. So we've already had to postpone 2 events. But Saturday, we will host the ice addiction tournament. Nate Zielinski's the tournament organizer of that. And that registration had somewhere up to 350 registrants already as of yesterday. So they'll pick up probably another 100 more by the end of the day today. So quite a few people in there, but that's smaller than previous years. Our Steinecker Youth Ice Fishing Tournament has been rescheduled to February 3rd. We do have quite a few donations coming in still, which is great. So last year we had 156 kids on the ice. We capped it at 200 kids this year. So I think that we'll probably be close to that again, as long as conditions hold up. It's still to the point though where that forecast is a little bit nerve-wracking, even in the Uinta Basin 40s for the next 10 days, mid 40s. That's just not characteristic of what we see here in the basin. We are usually locked in and feet of ice at this point, but we are very much behind. Starvation, it actually went from open water to capping the entire reservoir on Tuesday night, I believe. So it's super weird. Not very many people have ice fished it at all, which is unfortunate because we still need some harvest of those walleye. But it looks like you probably have an inch to an inch and a half of ice over the entire lake right now. And hopefully there's not too much snowpack on it, because it is at this point super dangerous. I think people would assume that there's more ice on it just because of the past, but very dangerous at this point. I would stay in tune with state parks updates, and hopefully they can provide some, or check in with me if you guys want to go fish Starvation. We'll start checking some more conditions, locations coming up. But I guess Flaming Gorge is really the hot topic in our region right now. Like Trina said, we have the open house coming up on February 1st at 6 p.m. in our regional office. I think we will probably have good attendance to that. If you want to see, if you're not able to come to that and want to see the presentation that Wyoming has done, it's online. It's really good. John Woolrath put that on. You can see everything that Ryan is going to be presenting for that. We still have our creel going on at Pelican. It just really started up again on January 6th. There are anglers successful right now for all species except for tiger muskie. But like I told you before, I think we have pressure ridges out there like I've never seen before. But you're about at 11 to 12 inches of ice now. But definitely be careful if you go out. There's pressure ridges like I've never seen before on that water body. Let's see. There's quite a few tournaments still coming up on the gorge. Actually, the MAC attack happened this last weekend, and Ryan sent me the results from that. Ice conditions are not favorable up there. The wind was blowing like no other. They still managed to harvest right around 400 small lake trout. So considering the conditions of the weather and the ice, that was pretty good, he said, for this year. The Burbot Bash is coming up on the 26th, 7th, and 28th of January. So hopefully ice conditions will hold. Kind of the same thing though. You guys realize that the gorge has pretty sketchy ice every year. And I think it's a super scary place to ice fish. But if you've done it a lot and you have the understanding of how everything forms, you're better than I am. But it's got some, I just saw a report from an angler talking about some of the areas around buckboard capping, and it's snow covered now. So the ice looks good, but there's still only an inch to an inch and 3/4 worth of ice below the snowpack. So people need to be super cautious this year. Pretty much everywhere they ice fish, they need to be cautious in our region. I guess one more quick little thing. I just got some dissolved oxygen information from Jordan Detler for our Diamond Mountain Fisheries. They did a KSL outdoor show up there before the Christmas break. They called it the Diamond Mountain Trifecta. So they fished all 3 lakes in one day and had success on all 3 lakes. And Jordan did a great job talking about the solar bee. Now he kind of has some good data to back it up. He went up yesterday and collected DO readings from all 3 of those Diamond Mountain lakes. And all 3 of them still have plenty of oxygen in that top 8 feet. When you get towards the bottom, we're kind of getting low on DO, but there was a significant bump at Calder where we have that solar bee functioning. So that is great news. And he's got it all plotted out, and the DO at Calder overall looks better than the other 2 fisheries at the moment. So that is great news. We've been struggling to keep the solar bee running. Last week, we thought it had stopped running, but it had just frozen in pretty tight. So it's still spinning, it's still running, and it looks better this week than it did last week. So he's putting a lot of effort into trying to see if that could be our silver bullet for those Diamond Mountain fisheries. And I really think that's about it. I mean, we have other fishing reports from Current Creek, Red Creek, pretty much everything you can ice fish, there's a report for. So if you have a specific water body that you're interested in, get a hold of me after the meeting and I can give you some updated information. Any questions?
How has the fishing been at Steinecker?
It's been good for me. I think we've fished it 3 or 4 times now. I've caught nice rainbows. The kids and I caught a really nice brown the other day. I've got some bluegill in places that I don't normally catch bluegill. We have about 70% water capacity right now, which is significantly higher than the past decade. So we're able to fish some places that we haven't traditionally been able to ice fish. So like I said, it's been weird. We haven't had the pressure from the locals at all yet because the whole north end was open water for so long and they're very nervous. But I feel like once they see 400, 500 people out on the ice on Saturday, tucked up in that west side, they'll probably get a little bit braver. It's been great so far.
How deep have the trout been?
Well, I'm catching them mostly shallow, honestly. Pretty much all the trout I've caught so far this year have been in the shallower areas of the lakes. So I think it's a common theme with having some higher water. They're exploring not so deep of places this year.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Natalie? Thanks. Yeah, go to Nick. If you're on.
I don't have a lot. And we'll, I think, turn it over to John to talk about the Washington County waters. But so right now, kind of like everybody else, not great ice and snowpack conditions. Hopefully that'll change. Get some cold temperatures and more snow, but it's not looking great right now. We've got a couple things going on at Fish Lake. So we started a creel in January. That'll go for pretty much the whole year. We ended at the end of October just because in November, December, it's kind of a weird, not enough ice to ice fish, not enough open water to really do a lot of regular fishing. So we'll run it from January to October. We also had a meeting last week. We're doing some more work on kind of infrastructure work at Fish Lake. So I think most of you know we rebuilt 2 of the marinas, put in the walkway, fish cleaning station, a lot of work there, and we're kind of finishing up that big project that Stan Beckstrom started. So right now what we're working on is fixing some sidewalk at the middle Fish Lake Lodge Marina and buying 2 courtesy boat docks, one for Lakeside and one for Bowery. And then we're also hoping to have enough money left over after that to buy another fish cleaning station. So we're working on that right now. And then it's not a blue ribbon water, we're starting a Paiute reservoir management plan next week. That's going to be kind of a big undertaking for us. And then in the world of weird kokanee stories, so we had Richard Hebworth, who was our manager in the region. He ice fished Blind Lake where we put in kokanee a couple years ago and was catching. So he ice fished there in December and was catching kokanee that were spawning, including some 8-9 inch fish that probably were almost certainly the fish that were stocked about 2 or 3 inches in May of 2023. So kind of just a weird year for kokanee, I guess. But That's all I had. I don't know if anyone else, we're kind of in force here, the southern region today. So if anybody else has anything they want to add, they can, but, or if there are any questions.
No question. Thanks much, Nick.
Yeah, thank you, Nick.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll go to, the, what do you call it, the water body ranking. So John, I'll turn it over to you, to just, I guess, if you want to just talk a little bit about the three waters. We have a presentation, or if you just want to talk about them in general. And then I think the last time we did this, then we just had comments from people who fish these waters. So today we're talking Gunlock, Otter Creek, and Sand Hollow. So once we have comments and we can take a look at the scores, which all of your guys' scores met the minimum threshold. So we will be considering them and voting on them. But let's hear from John first.
Yeah, thanks. I do have a presentation, but we don't have to look at it. I could just talk about it quick, whatever you guys would prefer.
We are definitely looking at it.
You're glitching?
Oh, I was just saying, we put it together. We're definitely looking at it. So bring it on up. The
Okay.
screen is
Let
yours.
me get it
Share it.
started here. Yeah, give me 1 second to get this set up.
Okay, we see it in with like the notes pages up. So it's not in presentation mode.
Yeah, sorry, I had to, let me re-share it here. I had to switch screens.
Just really, like, that's always been the challenge, it seems like, to share the actual presentation, not the
Yeah,
notes. Actually get it to advance. We'll
I
figure it
got
out.
it working the other day. Give me 1 second again.
Inside your. Oh.
There it is.
Okay. Okay, so let me pull up my notes and then we'll just get started. I'll just start by just kind of giving a, oh, I did it again, dang it.
Tell by the background. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Pretty good.
Well, I won't use my notes. We'll just go like this. Okay. So you guys could all see that fine?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So just a quick background. We, in about 2019, I started looking at an age and growth study down in at these waters, and this was aimed primarily at informing a management plan process that we were hoping to do in the future, and that time has come around. So some of this that I'll show you is data that was collected 2019 through 2020 whatever too, and then most recently 2023. So real quick, this was all just the 2019 through 2022 was all just electrofishing, and we're only looking at bass to collect spines and scales for aging, and we had a lot larger sample size for that. 2023, this last year, we included pike netting and also looked at all species that were present, and that was mostly to look at forage fish. Another note, we did have some high water like everybody else, and that kind of made our sampling a little bit more difficult. We didn't get the numbers of fish we wanted, but that's all right. So just real quick background, I'm sure everybody has been down to Sand Hollow, but I'll just give a quick rundown. It has, it's the largest reservoir down there, probably has the most shallow habitat. And we have largemouth, black crappie, bluegill, green sunfish, and I haven't seen one, but I've heard there's black bullhead in there as well. I think that's it for that. Gunlock, this would be probably the smallest reservoir. Has, you know, it's primarily steep rocky banks, and then at the inlet we have a very heavily vegetated inlet right there. And again, we've got largemouth, crappie, both blue and green sunfish, and black bullhead. It was treated in 2015. That's just kind of a note. It kind of looks more like a new system. So then finally, Quail Creek is the largest reservoir down there. Probably the deepest. It's fairly similar to, it's kind of similar to Gunlock in the fact that it's very steep, rocky banks with a heavily vegetated inlet. In here, we do have the thermal refuge that we have a rainbow trout fishery there that a lot of people do like. So just a quick background on those, and then we'll just get into some data. So this is from our age and growth sampling. So this was 2019 through 2022, really, at a couple of reservoirs, but we'll just say 2021. Sand Hollow, you can see we have a lot of fish stacked up in that 14 to 16 inch range, and then not a lot of young a year fish, and not a lot of fish over 18 inches. Gunlock Reservoir, we see a lot better size distribution, young a year fish, and then fish through the middle, and some starting to get up into the 20 inch range. So yeah, it looked pretty good. Quail Creek is interesting. We see a lot of young a year and probably 1 2-year-old fish, and then it just kind of falls off. But we do have some of the larger fish out of the 3 systems in Quail Creek. Okay, so 2023, this is where we actually collected information on all the fish present and got some weights. So this is just an average weight, relative weights of all the fish, and you can see Sand Hollow falls below, you know, what you'd expect or want to see. And that average fish, like I said, is around 15 inches and weighs only about a pound, pound and a half. So a little under what we'd want or expect. And more on size distribution, again, we didn't see our young a year fish and nothing over 18. Again, numbers were down as far as total sample size. So, but it's very similar to what we saw the previous 3 years. And since we did collect some other information on forage fish, we can kind of say that our predator-prey ratio isn't what we want. It's pretty low. And then this is just kind of interesting. I think I've shown this at AFS, but we have 7 different size classes of fish or age classes of fish in that 14 to 16 inch range, which just suggests that we're stunning fish and stacking them up there. It's just kind of interesting. Okay, moving on to Gunlock. Relative weights look a lot better for most species there. Our bass are healthy. Bluegill look really good. You'll notice a lot of noise on our bluegill. It was pretty windy when we were sampling, so scale was all over the place. One thing to note there, we have a lot of crappie. We moved, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but a few thousand crappie out of there into Jackson Flat and a handful of other reservoirs, Wide Hollow, things like that. So there is a very large population of crappie, and they are easily caught and provide a lot of fun for young anglers or people just looking to catch a lot of fish. Bass, again, we've got our young a year fish and some others, but we still are missing a few size classes. I think this was mostly just to sampling. We just couldn't get in to where the fish were. It was almost spilling again when we sampled in the fall. So the whole inlet was flooded, and there was, 20 yards of trees between open water and bank. And I think those fish were just tucked up in there and couldn't really find them. I think we will see some bigger fish coming up here in the next couple of years. That fish on the opening slide, that was from Gunlock, and we've seen some really nice ones come out of there. So Quail Creek, again, relative weights look pretty good. There are a good number of bluegill out in the reservoir. I was talking to Nick about the krill survey we did back in 2021, something like that. And anglers have found those bluegill and have been catching them, and they averaged 8 to 10 inches. So really good looking fish. Largemouth, the condition on those is always good at Quail Creek, and we could kind of see that. Everything else looked pretty good. Predator prey ratio is less than ideal. Again, I forgot to mention that on Gunlock. It was actually the highest. It was, yeah, it looked good there. So, okay, so Quail Creek, we see this. We didn't find our large fish, but I'm pretty confident they're still there. But we did see that large number of young a year again. So, anyway, I kind of flew through that quick. I didn't want to take up too much time. Just to remind everybody, this is how we kind of broke down our scoring for Quail Creek. I don't know if you want me to talk through this, or we could just kind of look at it, but that's kind of how we broke it down.
Yeah, so just a reminder, and I guess an introduction to Neil. So we've got, we have a online resource that has all of the criteria for questions, 1 through 12. And the regions actually score 5 of those. So just because they're kind of more privy to some of these things, right? Like the fish population, size distribution, management plan, like what's been completed and what's still pending. Those sorts of things, water quantity, quality here. So that's what these scores are. John, I can go ahead and pull up, if you want to stop sharing, I'll start sharing the, what do you call it? Oh, what am I talking about? Thank you, the criteria. So let me just share my whole screen. And I'll bring that up. If I can't, no, not that. I've got so many things up that I can't remember. Oh, you know what? I had it up, but then I accidentally hit the X button when I was moving my computer. So let me pull it up real quick. So it's here on the website, download the list of ranking criteria, then it takes you to the, so those of you who have done this before, you're familiar with the size caught, the number caught, and Nick and Dan had for our previous exercise, right, that we did in November, the fish population characteristics, they did that, right? So all of the scoring can be found here. So that's what John was referring to. He went ahead and he ranked all of those 5 for each of these 5 waters. So I'm going to go ahead and pull again. Apologies, I have so many things open because there's so many things to discuss. I need to figure out where I am. Okay, there. Okay. Move that over. So this is for Sand Hollow. We had 4 people rate it, and you can see their scores. I just went ahead and put their scores first, and then John's scores here. So that's why it's a bit out of order. You guys see how it is very well. Oh, right. Okay, so there's the whole sheet there. Did anyone want to go over the scoring criteria? There was a question last time about how that was developed. I did speak with Craig Walker. He's part of the Hepworth Walker scale or criteria. And it sounded like it was a pretty intensive iterative process where they empirically took a look at they had these individual criteria that they knew they wanted to be a part of, and they developed questions and kind of responses in the actual scoring for that using their current list of blue ribbon waters at the time. So here's some blue ribbon waters, here's, waters that are not blue ribbon, and they just kind of evaluated what they had, and the criteria, and made tweaks on the scoring, just knowing that, okay, these are the blue ribbon waters, so these should score out, right, really high with what we're putting together. And I'm sure there was a little bit of tweaking with that, right? Because that's almost like trying to make it fit, right? It's like, okay, we want to make sure that the blue ribbon waters that we have stay blue ribbon waters. That wasn't their intent. It was just more of like just double checking, making sure that these are the right criteria, these are the right scores, and let's, take a look at, okay, if we do it this way, what we've done in the past, does that make sense? How we've identified these other blue ribbon waters previously. So kind of a background there. If you guys are even further interested, I could have Craig come and talk a little bit more about the process, but it's not like they spent a lot of time on it. He was pretty confident that they did a very thorough job. So does anyone want to go through each of these and each of the criteria more specifically? Do we want to just move on to, like last time we let everyone just talk a little bit, if they wanted to, about their fishing experience and what they thought of each of the waters? John, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to, well, I just lost my train of thought. Anyway, I had one more. I was just going to kind of give a quick synopsis, my thoughts on the reservoirs. I kind of went through all the data, but I never got to my actual, like, what I think. I don't know if that's useful or not, but I guess one thing I did want to point out was, we are planning to get this management plan rolling here in the next month or so, and I guess I just wanted to say, I guess depending on how we vote, blue ribbon involvement would be appreciated and helpful in that process. So anyway, yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, does anybody want to add anything? Or have any questions for John? Or do you want to just go ahead and, like I said, each of the total scores and then averaged for all their responses did meet the minimum threshold, so we could just vote.
Just an up and down.
Just an up and down vote. Is that what we're doing?
Okay, let's move to the vote.
Hey, Trina, how many of these were blue ribbons? They're all blue ribbon waters that are just being reevaluated, right?
Correct, yep, all of the southern region ones that we did this last year.
That's why I want to make sure it wasn't like you're adding a new one.
Nope.
Because these all sounded pretty familiar.
Yep.
Do you want to vote individually on each body of water?
Yeah. Start with San Home.
No, I did surveys on. Do you want to call first?
Okay, the average scores for San Hollow, total 73 with a minimum scoring threshold of 65. All in favor of keeping San Hollow Blue Ribbon Reservoir, thumbs up, I guess, is that what you wanted to do? All opposed, give me a thumbs down. Okay, unanimous. Quail Creek, scoring threshold is 60, that's the size of the water body, and the average score was 68.8. So all in favor of keeping Quail Creek, thumbs up. Okay, thumbs down. Looks like that one's good. And then Gunlock. Also average scoring, or sorry, the scoring threshold for that one was also 60. The average score was 68. So all in favor of keeping Gunlock? Thumbs up. Okay, thumbs down. Seeing none. All right. All of those will remain blue ribbon waters. I'll go ahead and update the spreadsheet. Randy had a spreadsheet where he just tracked whenever any action occurred on these waters. So I'll make sure to update that. And yeah.
All right. Anything else from John?
Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, so John kind of alluded to this, but they're doing a public management plan process for these 3 reservoirs. And now that you voted and they're gonna be Blue Ribbon waters for the foreseeable future, I think it's really important that Blue Ribbon is represented on that public committee. And so that, however you guys want to do that, it seems like Dave or Neil would make sense, but whoever you want to have on that public committee, I think it's important to have someone there because that's really what dictates the management for those waters going forward, is that public fisheries management plan that we'll come up with. So it's not like we need to know right now, but it's something for the council to think about, how you want to be represented in that process.
Start, when was that gonna start?
I think about a month. Is that right, John?
Yeah, we're still waiting to get the public surveys back, but I'm hoping to get it started here in the next month.
Just a question for Nick and Jonathan. How do you foresee that going, you guys? Sand Hollow, obviously there's stunted growth in there, but your guided fishermen, they're not gonna want any change. What do you expect going to happen there?
So, the way these management plans work when we do a public committee like that, we kind of start with, so John's done an awesome job collecting all this data. So we have a good sense of the status of the fisheries, what some of the limiting factors are. And then we go into it with providing that information to the public committee. And that information kind of lets them know what the potentials are, what kind of the sideboards are. But really it's that committee that decides what their goals are, what they want out of the fisheries. And then they come up with measurable objectives to determine whether or not they're meeting those goals. And then they choose management actions to try and achieve the goals. So it's really pretty open right now. We go into it with, we're taking our direction from this public committee that's a representative group of anglers and different stakeholders. So it could really go a lot of different ways. It's going to all be up to that committee, which is why it's so important, if Blue Ribbon wants a voice in that process, that you have somebody there on that committee.
Are you gonna have fishing guides as well as tournament fishermen and stuff, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think they need to be represented. It's a big part of the fisheries down there. I think, yeah, they need to be represented.
Okay.
But I want to make sure we've got the public and Blue Ribbon and anyone else that's down there that has an opinion and voice to be there. So
Sure.
Yeah, we'll typically try and make sure there's at least one elected official, like a county commissioner or somebody like that. Any business, people, like when we did the Fish Lake one, we had the marina's owners there. State parks definitely will have a representative. But then the majority of people are always just general anglers, people who like fishing there. And a lot of times we'll pull that list of committee members. We do an online survey about the waters, and that's what John mentioned. And we'll pull the list of people on the committee from the anglers, especially from that list of people who filled out the survey.
Yeah, and
but he's and I both were on the committee, the subcommittee for committees. So there is some guidance to help you guys through the process. And so just to help you through, just give you some guidance. You might just check that. But a lot of what's in there came from Richard, so you guys are probably already doing it, but it doesn't hurt to just double check.
How many guides are working those waters down there approximately?
I don't know that anyone has a good feel for the number of guides. I guess they have to be licensed through state parks if it's a state park. If it's not a state park, though, there's nobody regulating them unless, like, say, Flaming Gorge, they have to go through the Forest Service. But we don't actually we don't actually require anything of guides, which is kind of a discussion point now, but at this point in time, we're not.
And Coast Guard test, don't they have to?
Yeah, I think that's, yeah.
If they're in a boat.
Yeah, they got people on their boat, they gotta have something with the Coast Guard.
We gotta have
Yeah.
something in the rack, local water guide.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It's not just state parks, right? It's
Yeah.
anyone has a boat. So if you're, they would have that information. We do not. And for guiding on streams, there's nobody to my knowledge that is tracking that information. So.
So the only thing Coast Guard regulates is the guy knows how to throw a life jacket.
It's a little more than that.
I was in the Coast Guard. so I'm a little-
It can be daunting for someone who's going through the process. from what
Yeah.
I've heard.
You actually have to know something.
Right. Do you guys, do you know about how many, meetings you might have and if you're gonna have those in the evening?
Yeah, I think we'll try. It's going to be hard. I think these ones. So we just completed a management plan for Jackson Flat, and that one went pretty smooth. I think we had 4 meetings. There wasn't a lot of controversy. It went pretty smooth. I'm anticipating a little more opinions on this one, just because if we do include those, the bass angler groups, they tend to have strong opinions, and we'll just see how it goes. But I'm hoping to do similar 4 to 6 meetings once a week in the evenings, and hopefully get it done in a month and a half, the meeting part of it. But we'll see. It might stretch out to a couple months. But that's
Would those be in St. George, do you think, or you?
yes.
on-
Well, yeah, I think we're targeting Iron, Washington County for the survey, and that's where I'm assuming most of our public anglers will come from, maybe a few from the Wasatch Front as well, but we'll have a virtual option as well for that. Yeah.
Okay, maybe, Neil, Dave, we could talk about who that, because I would assume that Blue Ribbon would like representation. I think that's probably a good idea to, if we can, if someone has the time, I guess. Okay, it is lunchtime, lunch is ready. It is in room 2100, so we're gonna mute this for about 45 minutes. Let's jump back on at 12:45. Sound good?
Yeah.
tear everything down, the houses, everything.
They're gonna tear the raceway.
Yeah.
Well, we finished, before lunch, we were getting the report on
Just
southern
spread
region
everywhere.
waters, and then we talked about the management.
I would have pushed it.
Okay.
And then, what subject do you want to move to next?
So let's just move right into the potential fiscal year 25 Blue Ribbon projects with feedback. So the reason I put with feedback is hopefully, people can, on the council, just feel free to ask questions and provide feedback if, the biologists are needing it. So what we decided to do is just to have each of the biologists go through their projects. Let me share. I have a spreadsheet that I'm going to share, hopefully. So that's the right one. Okay, so this is.
Which one?
Oh, yeah, I know where it's at.
Okay, can everybody see that? Okay. Everybody online? So these are the projects that have been submitted as drafts to this point. You can see I organized them by central region, northeastern, northern. I put in a few from Salt Lake, southeastern, southern, and then there is one statewide one that I put in from the Salt Lake office as well, but it is a statewide project. Here's the blue ribbon request. You can see it's $583,040, and we get $450,000. It is a strange year. I'll get into that maybe before I have the biologists go through the projects. This other column can be in kind. It could be, state parks or motorboat access or some other funding source. And then Habitat Council. There's sometimes a Habitat Council ask, and so this is the total request. You can see what the total request is. Mainly, I think what we're looking at today is just the project, a short description, and just kind of what the project hopes to accomplish. Because we're not really like going through them in great detail today, or not ranking them. You'll rank them in the March meeting, right? So I will go into a little bit more detail about how it is a strange year, and I hope everyone bears with this year. We found out recently that there's a high likelihood, and I haven't heard an update since then, so all I know is high likelihood that we will be $1.5 million short in federal aid. So that's our Dingle Johnson. That funds a lot of our positions, that funds a lot of our tech time. A lot of times that's what we'll buy major equipment with, those sorts of things. So we foresee being short, that's pretty significant. And then short about $250,000 in restricted. And restricted is this license cells. So it kind of stays within state, whereas federal aid, all the states, it's like excise tax on boats and fishing tackle and things like that, plus a portion of license cells, and then the Fish and Wildlife Service gives that like a portion of it back to you based on the number of anglers that you have in your state. So restricted kind of comes directly to us, stays in the state, that sort of thing. Federal aid, it's license sales and equipment. It goes to the Fish and Wildlife Service, and then it's kind of distributed back to us. So it's kind of a nationwide trend, basically, is what we're seeing. So, and I was told that it has to do with COVID, there was a COVID bump, but there was not a COVID bump, just more of a decline and an extended decline in deep sea fishing. So it's funny that we're kind of reliant on people going out into San Diego and other places that doing some charter trips in the ocean. We do get a portion of that back. And it sounds like, there's probably other things going on, right? They talk about decreasing license sales nationwide. But it sounds like that was the big thing. And plus also our within Utah, our out of state anglers are declining. So we need you guys down in the southern region to go into Vegas and get those guys to come back. I know you want to do that. But there's been a real decline even in Nevada anglers, which is that's where most of our outer state anglers come from. So having said that, I'll just go into the projects that I submitted. starting with the blue ribbon fisheries monitoring, we always do, in the past, a portion of their creel. So each of the regions will have a creel project, like what Tyler's talking about in Jordanelle and Natalie on Pelican. A big portion of that has been funded in the past from Blue Ribbon. And this year we needed to add fisheries technician time to that. So that monitoring project is about $58,000 for the creel. So that's typical. And then it's about $107,000 additional than what you would normally be asked to evaluate just for technician time. And all of the regions submitted us technician time that, you know, for just tech time that would be spent at Blue Ribbon Waters. So it is specific to Blue Ribbon Waters in each region. Calvin in the Southeastern region didn't think that he was going to be spending much time. So it wasn't, he didn't have any ask in that, but all of the other regions had at least a little bit of an ask there. So it is a weird year. It is an anomaly, but we are going to ask that you think about, you know, just trying to help us out with funding technician time this year. Not biologist time, thankfully, other than what we all already do, but a little bit of technician time. So that's what that is, and that's why it's so much more than last year's Blue Ribbon. I don't know if it was Blue Ribbon monitoring or if it specifically said creel, but that's actually the same thing. And then the Fisheries Administration, that was $7,000 last year. That's to help pay for lunch and things like that, just associated administrative sort of things associated with the council. So that I just submitted that. And then this stream restoration training, that is Don Wiley's proposal, and he submitted the same thing last year. So it's nothing new or unusual. It's the same kind of thing where we have biologists that we know need stream restoration training. Maybe they are starting out at Rosgan 1, they don't have any kind of habitat work under their belt, or maybe they have been doing a lot of work and they need to go to Rosgan 4. You know, they've gone through just a lot of the training, but they really just need to finish that up. So it just helps us fund biologists to go get Rosgan training. And then also there's a few from USU and others, right? So it's like we're hitting multiple schools of thought because there's a lot of different ways, I guess, you could address stream restoration needs. So those were the Salt Lake and the statewide. I'll turn it over. Let's go ahead and I'll turn it over to the central region. And I guess before you start, I will say for like the monitoring equipment, that's kind of a request. I would say that maybe it's not a normal thing to ask for an electrofishing unit, but again, it's a weird funding year. So did you have a question?
Yeah, there's a website where all these are listed. I forget the name.
Yes. It is.
Will you send us the list and the links like?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
I'm going to send that out to you guys at the end of February. I've already started working on it. Like as we go into the scoring, I'll show you kind of what I'm working on and what I'll be sending to you guys. I just need to finish that up. Needed to wait till today just because people were still submitting proposals. But yeah, it's the Utah Watershed Restoration Initiative. If you just search for that, it'll come right up. And then you can do a project search in there. And if you do an advanced search for Blue Ribbon funding, then these will come up.
So Trina, you just suggested there's still people working on proposals, so there might be even more?
No, like
Oh,
today.
The deadline's passed.
Oh,
The
okay.
deadline-
They're just working on the project.
Yeah, I was
I'll
just
explain the little
Okay.
change that I got.
started working on what I'm going to be sending you guys, but I needed to wait until everything was in to really finalize that. But I also think, you know, with the meeting being March 21st, I don't know that you guys need it right away. So my deadline for myself is just the end of February for you guys to have the list with the links. But if you think you want more than 3 weeks to review those, I'm sure I can send it out earlier.
That WRI, for those that haven't done it, there's a lot of information on there. I guess depending on what they put on there, but
Yeah, we have
photos, maps, a lot of information.
all of our regional stuff will be like our regional meeting where we submit all these proposals and run through all of them. That meeting's the 8th of February. So any changes, like if we're to combine with another project and those kind of things, all that stuff will take place before she gets you this information out for the March meeting.
Yeah, let me look up,
It really helps to review all that. Each one of them, you click on it and then, there's side tabs within there with photos and information and why they're doing the proposal, all that kind of information. It's really good to go through that. So when you do go to the March meeting,
You're ready.
you're ready, right, DJ? Yeah.
yeah, you definitely want to go through this ahead of time. I'm just pulling up the website right now. And I'll go ahead and share it. Now, where is it? Okay, so like here's just what you would see. This is the title page. So this was for the Strawberry Reservoir Co-op snowplow for fiscal 25. That's also a proposal that you guys have seen before. So you have a short description, project location. See, Alan submitted this. He's with the Central Region, and then you have a couple of other contributors here, and they requested Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council. Then if you go to the project details, this is where you have to spend some time. And sometimes it's just easy to go to like the project summary report, and that will pull up a PDF that then you can just read it as a paragraph rather than having to continuously scroll.
But the finance tab is really interesting too, actually.
Yes.
It's a good handy one.
Yep, and you'll want to definitely check that out and see what each component is for, right? So plowing, 22,000. And it looks like in kind of 40,000, so that's what State Parks is going to be contributing. So that's pretty awesome. That definitely think about in kind and other contributions. And then the forest is going to put in 10,000. So then you can scroll down further and you can see where they're asking that funding to come from. Blue Ribbon Restricted, Habitat Council, State Parks, Forest Service. So it's kind of just another way of looking at it. Species is just talking about species benefit. That would be Homo sapiens, but they don't give you that as an option. So oftentimes, for certain projects, you won't see any species or habitat benefits, but sometimes you will. So definitely check that. Seed is usually for when ground is disturbed and you need like to reseed afterwards. And then if you have any comments, which, usually this is for Allison Whitaker to tell us we need to do something better on our proposal, but it's also for anyone who's looking at it, who has questions, who wants to communicate with the author of the proposal. If you have a question or you don't think something's clear and it just needs to be revised, that's a good option. You do need to log in, I think so, but that's not a big deal to just create.
Just create a Utah login.
Yeah.
And if you do make a comment, it does go right to the biologist that put it in the system. So.
Yeah, and it's a good way to have written documentation. Is something that, like, I used to like go and just call the person that was doing this, right? But then when you get to the meeting, they'd say, no, you didn't say that, right?
Nice.
And so it's a good way for us to have written documentation that we had this conversation. And you can ask those questions. And specifically, you guys, when we're looking and talking about Blue Ribbon Fisheries, if you've been on these bodies of water and have some questions to ask us, please do so and use this format to do it. We have a comment period. I think it shuts off on the 5th of February for ours. So we have 3 days to respond to all those comments because you're scored based on how willing you are to respond to people asking questions and how you engage with those too.
But you can, like, if you're just reviewing, you could submit a comment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Totally.
throughout the year.
This looks really good. Or, hey, I fished this and you wanted to put in some comments and you have pictures of my structures in, behind you or something and a school of crappies sitting on top of them and a live well with some crappies in it. Send a picture, put them in there. That's cool. That means that we did our job.
Yeah, so I guess maybe I'll just throw it out rather than me giving myself a deadline. So knowing that we have about 14 projects, some of them like the administration one, that's going to be a quick read for you guys. That won't be much detail to go through. How long do you need to review those? What's my deadline for getting you guys the list? So it'll be a list with basically, let me share this.
Are you talking a list of just for Blue Ribbon or the ones with the Habitat Council too, because that would be long.
Well, they wouldn't be ones just Habitat Council,
Right.
they'd be.
Yeah, but we get the big,
This split
big list.
Yeah.
Some of them are not ours.
But that list that she just put up, that will probably be our list, right?
This will be your list that's coming up. So it'll be a
Just
list
for us.
of projects. It'll be the WRI link. So you can just click right over to it. You can do all of this online. Or if you would rather, we can also, where did I go? I could also, I guess Randy did he did a blank score sheet. And like I said, I'm still working on this, but that's where the blank score sheet would be. I could print out a blank score sheet with the little categories and you could have it in front of you as a paper copy to
Randy
rate.
did that. It was helpful.
Yeah, if anyone who wants to do that, but you could also just pull this right up on your phone.
I like the drop down, this is great.
Yeah, so Randy was really good at all this kind of stuff. All I had to do was copy and paste. So, the next agenda item is the scoring. We can just go over it now, though. So what you guys will be asked to score is to what degree does the project enhance fish populations? 0 to 10. So 0 is no benefit to fish populations, 10 benefit. So some of them, you kind of have to think down the line, right? So like fisheries monitoring, yeah, we're asking for money to hire technicians. The technicians doing on the ground work should help with enhancing fish populations, right? But it's not like it's a pine view habitat installation, which is like a truly direct benefit to fisheries. So I guess I would just think.
Which opens access to, reduces the.
It does.
Get those walleye over there. So yeah, you kind of have to think, I guess it's probably best to think about it relative to one another, right? Like you can start scoring and if it's like, oh, I don't know about that. We'll think about it relative to what another project accomplishes in that, for that same category. And the next one is to what degree does this project enhance fish habitat? 0 to 10. So 0, no benefit to habitat. 10 is benefit to what degree does this project enhance angler access? 0 to 10. Do you feel this project helps provide the staffing needs that the DWR requires to successfully accomplish DWR aquatics goals? So maybe the hiring technicians isn't a direct benefit, but then it does help us in this category.
I
So,
at least scored that. I've always had struggled with that one.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the staffing needs are. Probably shorthanded all the time.
So, yeah, so I guess I could tell you that if we ask for it through Blue Ribbon, that means we do need it. So, if that helps, I don't know. Yeah.
Just so we know what number to put in.
Yeah. And then do you feel that this project has a high likelihood of successfully accomplishing its intended goals? So you should see that in the proposal, the goal of the project. And then you can look at the methods, how they're planning and proposing to meet those goals. And you should be able to evaluate that. So I have a tab down here for me because it sounds like, I haven't copied my stuff over yet, but Randy would score a few things that shouldn't, it should be the same, I guess. Not the same, sorry. It should be like, should be really more of a division perspective, right? So, and it's, I don't know, just kind of a yes or no for some of these, right? So Blue Ribbon focused project water, either it is or it isn't. Where the fiscal details presented, are there other partners? Monitoring and our reporting of findings, were those mentioned? So those are just really straightforward yes, no sorts of things that I can just knock out. My scores will get added to each of your scores for the average, or when we finally do the ratings. And then once all the scoring is done, then we'll have a number and we'll just put them in order. And then we'll just fund as much as we can, right? So it's $450,000. And even with the funding shortfalls, I've not been told that, we're gonna take money from this pot of money or anything like that. No, it's not, we haven't heard any of that. So it's $450,000 and we'll just fund as much as we can based on those rankings.
Generally, we have till, what, a week or so after the joint meeting to submit the final scores? Is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was usually after, that Randy requested it like a
Because
week
they'll
or
have
10 days.
presentations and I have changed scores listening to the live presentation.
Yeah, we can get 2 weeks after,
That's funny, yeah.
so and then it's into April, but then that way we can kind of finalize what we're able to fund, and then Habitat Council takes a little bit longer. So in the past, and this is my first time on the other side of it, but it sounds like, Randy would go and talk with Habitat Council and say, we can't fund this, but it's eligible, and Habitat Council, you guys put more towards this. So there may be options to fund more of it through Habitat Council than what was requested. So there's that opportunity potentially. I guess we'll have to see what their funding actually looks like as well, but that's the project scoring, and I will get you the link to this, where you should just be able to very easily go to each of the projects, read about them. You can start thinking about your scores because you'll see you'll be able to read all about the project, but you probably want to wait to.
With that link, you should be able to go right to WRI off of that link, so you wouldn't have to set up an account.
Right.
You just click on it.
I think you only need to do an account through the WR database if, say, you wanted to submit a comment through the database.
Okay.
Which you may, but if you also can probably just pick up the phone and call any of the biologists. If you need to talk to someone, you don't have their contact info, you can let me know.
Do you have a magic button on that program that shows how much our $450,000 leverages in total?
No, you mean,
Matching?
Oh.
That would be interesting to me.
Okay, I don't have that, but I can add that to the to-do list.
Dave, at least with mine, it's about 50-50 between Habitat Council.
Is it?
So if I'm asking Blue Ribbon for 80, I'm asking Habitat for 80.
Interesting.
Something like that.
So on the proposal, it shows federal funding.
It shows it, but it just be neat to have the overall, how much money our money's gaining,
Yeah.
And I think from the biologist side of things, if we have like non-point source money or 319 money and some Forest Service money and stuff like that, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands. And we're coming to Blue Ribbon for 40 or 50, right? We want the council to be part of this because it's another source of money, but most of the time it's not the only money that we're asking for. There are some projects that's the case, but a lot of places we're usually asking 10% or less of the overall cost of the project coming from Blue Ribbon or Habitat or something.
Habitat's got a lot more money than we do.
They do.
Yeah, that is a good point. Like for the starvation spillway screen, like we knew that this is the installation phase, but especially for the construction phase, the shared that's a lot of money, right? And you guys don't have a ton. You want to be able to cover as many projects as possible. So yeah, like identify it'd be nice to have a little bit of Blue Ribbon money, but we can ask the bulk of it from other sources. Just a variety of them. And so maybe now I will turn it over to you. Let me stop sharing this and I'll start sharing that Excel file. I just have so many windows open. I have no idea what the name of it. Okay. That's it. So I just go down the list there.
Well, like Trina said, equipment's not a common ask. I know last year it wasn't an ask for any project. So I figured why not this year? Let's try to upgrade some equipment in our central region. We got a electrofisher that we've been using, I think, as long as Mike's been in his position at the central region. Time to upgrade some equipment and help us out be a little more efficient with our sampling. So that was kind of my request. It's pricey at 17 grand, but it lasts as long as the other stuff. It won't ever be another request for us.
Is this your boat one?
No, just backpack shock. Yeah, we were gonna try and do a boat one as well, but I'm gonna make Clint and Taylor take me out and try to justify spending what, I think he quoted me on there and it was another 18 grand or something just for the boat one. Luckily, our boat's set up and ready, so we just need the head unit, but I was like, I don't need to do that one as well. But no, this one's just a backpack shocker. Yeah, we got Provo River coming up, but just try to get future blue ribbon waters in the central region. Better have better equipment than what we're working with right now.
So Blue Ribbon Funds is the only place you're gonna use it's on Provo River?
As of now, that's the only blue ribbon water that we would use a backpack shop.
That's what I wanted to hear.
We got Deer Creek and Jordanelle, but you know, backpack shop those waters at all, so. But we'd love to get Newton waters in there. It's always been the top for last couple of years. We got the central region where half our population in the state is, but we only have 4 blue ribbon waters in that region.
That's enough.
It's enough for Mickey.
I thought you were gonna start naming places.
No, I'm not gonna. But yeah, just thinking of the future and, it changed a lot with the request for additional technician funds. When I had this request in there, that wasn't even on the discussion yet. And then it showed up and kept it in there, hope for the best. So let you guys vote that out. But, the other one, lower Provo River angler access improvement. This one really happened short term, given access issues on the Provo this year. Flow tubing was popular and we were getting reports of hardly any good safe takeout spots or efficient takeout spots for boats. So Mike and I started looking to figure out where we can do this. And we found out that Deer Creek State Park is working with BOR and they're making a whole potentially $1 million project below Deer Creek Dam and putting in a boat ramp or 2. And we're basically asking Blue Ribbon to fund the takeout modifications because they don't have jurisdiction to put a takeout in down at Vivian Park. That's not state park land. But we could go in and scrape away some rocks and make more of an effective takeout spot. So that's where Mike is asking for the 40 grand for that, to really help us with a takeout location primarily, but also get you guys involved in this giant state park project. Have some signage with blue ribbon labeling, kiosk windows, whatever we can help out with the state park there to make it angler friendly and not just for your recreational tubers going down. So.
Yeah, you can see that the in-kind / state parks is over 600,000.
Yeah, he just found out yesterday, it's pushing more 800 to $1 million. So they're spending a lot of money on putting in a ramp below Deer Creek Dam.
Maybe the same location is what the.
Right where that bridge is that goes across the river, right where everybody uses that's dirt and sketchy and ran over by everybody using it. They're trying to make it develop concrete slab, parking area, the whole 9 yards. And it'd be a great project to get your guys' name on top of to say, hey, this is also angler friendly, not just tuber friendly. 40,000 doesn't go a long ways in a $1 million project, but your guys would be helping the takeouts. It's cool. It's a cool part.
Yeah.
And talking to Mike, the takeouts would have to be above Vivian Park because over about 700 CFS, you really can't.
No, they would be a couple 100 yards to the bridge of Vivian Park. And then over by the tunnels by Sundance there would be another takeout. Those are 2 areas that people already use, but they're not developed by any means. You're climbing over rocks and slippery slopes. So we're just trying to work with one giant project and help on the back end of taking out. We figured we were going to be a good ask for that. But like I said, this came on within the last month and a half. So the other 2 projects in our region, strawberry snow plowing. This is a repetitive project for years with the Chicken Creek East stuff and all that's been going on. But this year, Forest Service has put 10 grand in. They've never put money into this before. So it cuts your guys' ask by 10 grand compared to the last couple of years. Hopefully, if that trend continues, we'll fund it all and you can get away from blue ribbon on top of that. Save you guys some money there, but.
That's why the new money from them.
I didn't ask too many details on with Alan. They've always helped with bathroom management, just general maintenance in the area. But now I guess they're able to put in extra money to help with the snow plowing.
They have a new fisheries biologist that left our region.
Who does?
Strawberry.
Alan? So there's
No, Forest Service.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the Forest Service is revamping as a whole. It sounds.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. there's a lot of changes going on there.
Change of mind and a change of use of money.
Yeah. And so hopefully it works for us. We're trying to work with them on a project next year as well. And we're having good support with that. So might be some more stuff coming in, but the final Central Region project is the walleye testing and sampling. This one came out really late, of course, because this fish was caught a couple weeks ago. But basically just helping support Allen and West with their additional sampling needs. Mostly eDNA, I believe, is where a lot of this money goes into. Really just a emergency request to say, hey, let's stop this before it gets worse. And it's probably the most well-used blue ribbon water in the state. So I think it's one of the pretty important projects for the region. But
Yeah, for the eDNA, the samples are about, I think they're $85 for the Forest Service to process them. Plus there's a little like overhead costs for using the forest. But yeah, he describes what all that's going to be used for. But when you think about a reservoir as big as Strawberry, it definitely helps aid in just the probability of detection, right? If you imagine an illegal introduction like this, we have no idea how many walleye were actually introduced. You think it's probably more than one, but we don't know where, any of those things, right? So if you're kind of looking for a needle in a haystack, eDNA is kind of a way to I don't know, give you a leg up, I guess, looking through the haystack.
yeah, we've been using it in our region for native fish. And Caitlin and I were out this year, found some least chub that haven't been documented in 25 years because there was eDNA samples. So it is an effective tool. Not a lot of experience on a lake system, so we'll see how that works. But on top of the eDNA, he's requesting for nets and just general travel time, adding on to their busy work schedule that already is on Strawberry. So
What are the negative effects of having walleye in Strawberry?
think about all these other multi-tiered fisheries, you lose your prey source. It's another mouth to feed in the system. So we already got chub in there. It's pretty much the only food a lot of these fish eat besides bugs that you're talking to cutthroat. It's good direct competition with your cutthroat when it comes down here.
They'll eat the trout too.
And they'll eat them too. They'll eat the kokanee. It's, of course, we don't have, I don't know if the state's ever published anything scientific or anybody has, but there are fisheries that can survive with both, but do you really want to risk it after they've put millions of dollars into making that fishery what it is?
So just quick on this DNA testing, are you testing the fish you catch or you
The water
testing the
samples.
water?
Water samples.
And it'll disperse
It's trace DNA that
through the whole
every,
system?
wherever you go, wherever any animal goes, we're shedding DNA, which is really gross to think about, but it's true, right? So it's basically, if that animal has been in that water recently, and I don't know the time span, actually, I guess we need to figure all of this is kind of new to me, but it will pick that up. There's a window, right? It has to have been within the last few weeks.
Yeah.
It has to be recent, and you definitely want to make sure that you're sampling at the right time. We're kind of thinking, Alan has some ideas of where they might spawn just based on the habitat reservoir. So let's target those areas because every fish, no matter where they end up, they're going to hone in on their appropriate habitat at the right time for spawning. And so that's
On a river system, it's done like you go certain river miles, taking samples, try to hit your maximum level where those fish were. But in a lake, you don't know where they're at all times. You got to take piles of samples. So $85 adds up really quick. But it's a really new technique. It's been going on for a while now, but I don't know, the state's been using it now for.
just for AIS
Yeah,
and native.
really.
seems
Native,
like.
AIS and natives, and figured why not try it?
Just increase our probability.
Instead of spending 2, 3, 4 weeks straight sampling, you can go collect water for 1 week and get a positive, then you can sample that water. So,
We all still have hope that the growing season there is not going to be long enough for them to survive and do well, but.
So TJ, to answer your question, Matt, after in 2014, we had poisoned a stream out west. Yellowstone cutthroat little stream. Matt went in, took the eDNA sample, submitted it to the lab, came back positive for brook trout. Went upstream of that location where he took it and found one adult brook trout, 1st of October before a spawn. So able to pinpoint sometimes, and Shantae is using for mussels and her work, that DNA is still in the system and has went upstream and found 2 or 3 individuals. So it's good enough to detect a single individual, but the timing, like they're saying, has to be right. But we have used it in stream situations to do some really cool work. In a reservoir system that has, I don't know how many hundreds of miles you have of shoreline and how much of it is covered in rock that a walleye would like to go and spawn. That's where it really gets a little picky. But it's really cool science that we can use. And it's a lot better than us being out at midnight, starting, night electrofishing surveys, trying to find walleye on points, probably the end of May, when they're getting to temperature for water temperature for spawning there. So it's a way better use of our dollars. So.
Yeah, so a lot of background there. Any questions for Tyler on any of these? Any feedback, concerns, support, anything?
Good.
Okay.
Northeastern.
Going down to Natalie's.
Okay, so the first project is submitted by Ryan Mosley. This is a partnership with Cedar Springs Marina that he's built over the last couple years with John and Stacy. This is asking for a ADA accessible fishing pier, half from Blue Ribbon, half from Habitat Council, and then quite a bit of in-kind money there for John and Stacy to do the install and the maintenance of that fishing pier. And I've also talked with him about some habitat structures that we can put right off the fishing pier, somewhat like what we did at the Starvation fishing pier. So it's kind of multifaceted, but he's been trying to get this project going for a couple years now, and it's becoming more important as the water levels continue to drastically fluctuate on Flaming Gorge. There's just not a lot of angler access from shore in that canyon reach area. So there's kind of 2 parts to this project. The first one would be getting the walkway, and that's through motorboat access funds. And then the second part would be installing the fishing pier on the end of that walkway. I did just talk to him, and if something were to fall through on the boater access funding portion of it, they could still attach the fishing pier to the docks themselves that already exist at Cedar Springs. So I think he's on a good path here. This is basically just to increase angler access and opportunity in the canyon reach at Flaming Gorge. And it would be over some pretty deep water too. So I think your options for catching lake trout and kokanee could still exist from this area. That's all for that one. The next one, Lake Fork Drainage Rotenone Treatment and Horse Outfitter. So this project is submitted by Brian Engelbert, and this is for work up in the OWEEP drainage. This would be our 3rd year of this treatment, and I've talked with you guys about this before. I've been on the 2 consecutive wilderness treatments before, and it would be, in my eyes, almost impossible to be able to do the work that we need to do without the help of these guide and outfitters. They haul so much gear and equipment up into the wilderness for us, and that's really our only option to be able to get these supplies up in there. They maintain the horses, they maintain our horses as well. That's a big thing when you're up at 10,000 feet, just making sure that your stock is cared for and they don't run off. And then they do some cooking for us as well. So it really gives us the ability to go out and do our job and come back and not have to do additional work all the way till dark 30 midnight every single day. So that's a pretty important project for us, as this is going to be the 3rd phase of this wilderness treatment. And the ask from Blue Ribbon is $17,800 and Habitat Council $17,800. And Brian has quite a bit of in-kind money in there as well. That's the basics of that one.
Now, do you you expect this to be the final treatment? On a scale, or maybe not scale, but like, what's the likelihood of a fourth treatment, do you think? Is it pretty good, or you think you'll be able to wrap?
Garn's pretty confident, and I've talked to him a couple times about this. He's pretty confident that we can finish this off in 3 treatments. Like I said before, though, it is complex way up in the headwaters. So they're going to do whatever they can on this 3rd treatment to plan longer extended drips. They're going to do multiple treatments across multiple days in the same areas, because we really have some problematic areas right in the headwaters. So he's coming up with a pretty detailed game plan and extending all sorts of options for that crew to go in this year. He's very hopeful that it can be completed in 3 years, and they want to restock that area with cutthroat via helicopter as soon as possible. So I guess that's the best answer I can give you, is he's going to try his hardest to get this done in year 3. Any other questions on that? And the next one we'll move into is the helicopter support for the North Slope UNA's treatments. Trina actually submitted this, but we're all really contributors to all of this phase of the project. Same thing, Trina and I were both involved in this one last year. It's technical, it's complex. There's a lot of stream miles to cover, and if we have to retreat lakes, it is the only way we can get a boat into some of those areas is by flying it in under helicopter. So it's a big project, 35 people required on the main treatment day, with half of them flown into the upper reaches and the other half hiking in and out from the bottom reaches and using UTVs and ATVs. So this is another pretty high profile project for us, because this is year 2. You can't just stop a rotenone treatment and do it next year after you've started it. So again, another high profile treatment, and helicopter support for this is pretty critical, especially if we have to treat lake systems again up in those upper areas. The ask for this one, where is that one? $57,000 from Blue Ribbon.
That was for the North Slope, and then the rest of that is actually for the OWEEP restocking, in hopes that, yeah, like we are able to do the restocking. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, thanks for splitting that out. I see that here under the objectives, but I didn't mention it. Part of it is for the North Slope phase 2. Part of it is for the OWEEP treatment restocking phase, which will require helicopter. Clear as mud, right? And then the last one, is there a question?
What are we doing?
This was Yellowstone cutthroat and brook trout. Correct? For the OWEEP, did you ask on the OWEEP, right? Or are you asking for the North Slope?
Both of those projects.
Okay. I think for both of those, it was both Yellowstone and brook trout, depending on, but Natalie, you've been up in OWEEP, was that just brook trout?
Yeah, I didn't see anything besides brook trout. All the way to the headwaters, there was brook trout.
And what's the restocking?
The restocking will be cutthroat trout, Colorado River cutthroat trout. So pure strain from the hatchery system. On the South Slope, we use our South Slope brood lake. That's at Sheep Creek Lake to spawn those fish, and then the eggs go to the hatchery and then go out as fingerlings. I think we will be able to, because we're helicopter restocking, I think we'll be able to put out some 6-inch fish and really give them a head start at OWEEP. And then for the North Slope, we use our North Slope brood, and those fish come from Mammoth Creek Hatchery. So.
Thank you.
Okay, the last one, Trina's already touched on this, but this is the starvation spillway screen installation phase. So we're well on our way and almost complete with 100% design, and Trina can give you a better update, but it should be really close to having the screen itself put out for fabrication. So this phase itself is hiring a qualified contractor to actually install the entire screen itself finish up some of the engineering, and then also create a set of as-built plans for when the screen is fully done and functional. And that was kind of a request from the BOR. But this one's broken down between 3 different pots of money. So we're asking for 20,000 through Blue Ribbon, I think 36,000 through ESMF, and then 36,000 through Habitat Council. And this is the project that seems to never go away, and we would love to finish this project this year. So many people would love to have this project up and running, and we would absolutely love to move away from cleaning the temporary fish screen, which is incredibly hard to clean, to this nice updated structure that will hopefully last eternity and do a good job. So with that, I'll take any questions if you have any from our region. I think that's all that we have.
Yeah, this is Starvation Street. I felt like it's probably a 10-year project for when we first started it, and oh my goodness. Yeah, this would be the last phase, assuming we can get everything done that we need to get done this year, which is all, it's on track, so. Okay, any questions? Nope. Okay. Clint, you want to speak to the?
Yeah, you want to read that title? Post-stocking survival and spatial ecology of tiger muskie in Pineview. So Taylor and I have combined a project for Pineview. And so the money that he's asking is this 80,500. I've made some changes. So what we'll be asking from Blue Ribbon is about $50,500, something like that, $50,700. And that's, so he wants to install acoustic telemetry tags into our fish that we are stocking. We're stocking some 8-inch tiger muskies now every year. We'd like to put some of those in and then have these receivers spread out through all the arms, so we can track movements and we can track their survival, how well they do after they hit the water, how soon they die off, how water levels affect them, those kinds of things, and growth. And there have been some other states that have done this, and he has worked with this equipment before in his doctorate work and things. So pretty well versed in that component. And then on top of that, I've thrown in for $20,000 for some additional habitat. So 10 from Habitat, 10 from Blue Ribbon, to go along with that, because he's asking so much. The question he asked me is like, well, this is a lot of money, you know, and it was all coming. That's why it shows 80 for Blue Ribbon. I'm like, no, we're going to split this between Habitat and Blue Ribbon. We'll score a lot better. And then Tiger, the local chapter of Tiger Muskies Inc. Is petitioning for a $10,000 grant to purchase more tags. And then we have, I think there's about $11,000 in kind or something between the chapters and biologists and our technicians to do the habitat work and all the muskie work, tagging things. We probably will next fall, or this coming fall, we'll probably go back out and electrofish some larger tigers and put tags in adult fish to see where they go in relationship to some of these 8-inch fishes they're growing. But last fall, so I went out end of October. We shocked for about 4 hours one day, collected 9 tiger muskies. Most of them were these newly released fish that went from 8 inches to about 14, 15 inches. And we collected 2 that were previous year stock. So they were 1-year-old fish and they're 18, 19 inches. So they grow incredibly fast, but it's a hugely popular fish to chase. And we just need to know more about what they're doing and where they're going and those kinds of things so we can understand that. So basically every year we go and pull those receivers, download the information, The batteries last in the tags for up to 5 years. So we can get 5 years worth of data. The tags are pretty expensive. But success, I think, will be pretty high. So we want to try it. Get a better handle on what's happening once we stock these fish. We really have no clue when a fish shows up and it's 30 inches, other than taking fin rays, what year it was stocked and how it's grown. And sometimes we get individual fish that grow super, super fast, and some grow way, way slow. And if we can correlate that with water levels and fluctuations, with some of the drought stuff and those kind of things, that'd be really great. So we know how to manage it a little bit better. So the habitat for me is providing, some security. So we have consistent panfish fishery there year to year, open water and through the ice. So that's what I'm looking for.
So did that proposal have a Habitat Council request? I just didn't.
Yes, it does. And like I said, I've started making changes.
Okay.
I've started making changes, but I have not submitted those changes. So that's why you don't have it there.
Okay, let me know when those are.
Yeah, so.
Not that it'll affect this group.
No, but it will be about 30,000 less of an ask, because I think our total for blue ribbon is 50. Okay. 50 and change, and there it's 80 and change. So.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, just let me know when you have those done.
And then I've been working with Trout Unlimited on the Blackstone Fork and Wing Mason. That's something we have 120,000, 130,000, $120,000 maybe from non-point source through a engineering firm that's already working on some things. We might submit a little bit extra to finish out some design build stuff, but we haven't. We'll just add that to a larger habitat project that Shane Hill's doing. So it might just come in as a line item.
Okay.
Nothing serious.
Okay. Just let me know.
I will when we get it done. Okay. I'm hoping maybe tomorrow I'll have everything wrapped up. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Maybe. That's a good question. I mean, it really is. Right? Do they cancel each other out?
They make tags so you can tell if a fish has been consumed.
Oh, do they?
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, any questions for Clint before we move on?
Oh, I was gonna say, while I've been in this meeting, I have received like the habitat that I ordered is already on its way. I ordered that on Tuesday, so.
Yeah.
Like being paid by Blue Ribbon to be installed this year, so.
Cool.
Awesome. Last year's budget.
Okay,
That's current year budget.
Calvin, you wanna give us a rundown on the recapture?
Sure. So this is just going to be a continuation of our previous projects, but we're going more towards habitat work for recapture. We're doing some fish habitat enhancements structures. So basically the same artificial structures that Clint's talking about that he just purchased. We're going to do the same thing, or we'd like to do the same thing for recapture for our black crappie, our black bass, and green sunfish fishery down there. The crappie have been starting to take off, the ones we've been introduced the last few years. But when recapture is at conservation pool, when it's at 50 or 48% capacity, all of the natural woody vegetation is above the water mark. So we lose a lot of cover for those fish when we get into the droughts and low water. So this project is to install structures into deeper portions of the reservoir when it's full. So when it does get drawn down, they're structured at 20 and down to 35 feet of water for our panfish. It's important to keep that population healthy, one for a fishery for our anglers, but also as a prey base for our northern pike. Because the past several years, recapture has been our brood source for northern pike for tiger muskie in the state of Utah. And so we're trying to do everything we can to not only enhance our sport fishery, but protect our pike population also to keep them at good numbers so that we can use them for our tiger muskie brood across the lake. So this is kind of our first initial attempt at some of the deep water structure. If it takes off and does well, we'll probably look at doing a really large project here in the future with the assistance of the BLM. They're working on the NEPA for us right now. And we've got some pretty good ideas of where to put these structures in at different levels in the lake to help all the species. So that's what this project's about. Any questions?
Devin, have you, who's the dam owner, I guess, and are they, like, have you sent them your specific plans, or are you just kind of talking in general with them now?
We've talked with the BLM, who's the landowner, and they are the ones who do the dam inspections. And we've reached out to the Water Conservancy District, but not have heard back. But by the time we finish NEPA, we'll probably be about 8 to 9 months out before installation. So that gives us plenty of time to hammer anything out. About 10 years ago, some structures were put in, recaptured by some local Boy Scouts for an Eagle Scout project before. So there's been structures that have been put in. We're just trying to make more panfish friendly structures that will hopefully enhance the population.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Question on recapture?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Calvin.
That's it.
Yep. That's
Southern, please.
Yes, I do want to just real quick go through something, if you don't mind. It kind of ties into all of these things. So I have been, gosh, there's too many windows open now. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. I've been working on a site. Oh, there it is. Talked about it last. Are we going? Yeah, we talked about this last meeting. So it's called a Google site, and I am working on it, and I'm making a little bit of progress here and there, kind of figuring it out, but it's not done yet. But I thought y'all might be interested. So this is just one-stop shopping for everything, hopefully, that you'll ever need. So if I just send you this link, you'll have everything, right? So here's your welcome. Learn more sends you, when this is live and published, this learn more tab would send you to the Blue Ribbon Fisheries website. And then we go down here, water body scoring, right? So like last year, y'all went to the southern region, and Randy and we were just sharing these links to Google spreadsheets. Instead of that, you would go here and you would click here. I'll just insert a link on the here, and you'll just click on that, and it would still take you to that same Google spreadsheet. It's just a lot less clunky for you to get there. Volunteer opportunities, we'll talk about that here in a bit, but that's where you would hit your volunteer opportunities. Volunteer time tracking. I think I mentioned a month of you after I gave you your sheets to sign, if you hadn't signed them already. That is going to go to an online system in the future, and Brian Christensen was kind of describing it to me, but it's not quite live. So I don't think I have much to tell you yet, other than it'll be a lot easier. You guys will be able to go in, sign up, and then I can track your hours through that. And by going in and just signing up, you basically said, you're taking care of the liability stuff. No signatures needed. We just need to work together to make sure your volunteer hours are in there. But that's where you will go. Project score sheet will be here. So I showed you kind of what I was working on with like the drop down scoring and all of that for all the projects. This is where you would find that. And then I always go do a budget update. So this will link to the updated budget spreadsheet here. And the only other thing, meeting dates, I haven't done that yet, but we'll just have 2024 meeting dates here. And then I've started on your contacts here. So you guys can give me your pictures, and I'll put your pictures up here. Wouldn't that be awesome? That includes everyone's name.
She seems more excited than I.
It's exciting, right?
Hold your fish like this.
whatever you want to do. And then there was also a question, I think it was your question last time, Rich, maybe it wasn't last time, it was through email, but basically just like the supervisory, like the chain of command, like who are the biologists on that come to the meetings, and what's their chain of command, and how does everyone in the division like fit together? So I was thinking, I haven't deleted this project one, that was just a generic thing there. So I haven't deleted that because I think that's what I'll put there along with the biologist contacts. So then you guys can see like, okay, within the central region, who is Tyler? Who does he report to? Who does he work with? How does it all kind of work together? Same thing with Natalie, and Sway, and Clint, and myself, just to kind of give you, because I know like for the Forest Service and the BLM, like I've worked with these people for years and years. I have no idea like what they do in their agency, other than like they do recreation and I work with them, or you know, they're the fish biologists and I work with them. But like how their agency is structured, I have no idea. So where this was a request, I think it would be helpful. So I'll put that in there. I'll probably publish it once I, once I get most of those links up and running. But then I'll probably have to continue to make changes because it's not really this kind of fancy pants for me, but so it's not my forte, but it's kind of fun to work with. It's just, it might take me a little longer than it would take Brandon. Yeah, I think that this will be great because then
Good tool.
yeah, every time I send out an email, it's not a new spreadsheet. It's that you're all like, what? And then you're not looking through your emails. Okay, which spreadsheet was I looking for?
And along that line, you recently said in the meeting this morning that you sent out the notes to the November meeting.
Mhm.
So I asked Larry, I said, did you find the notes? And he goes, oh yeah, it was in the
in the invite.
updated calendar. But when I was looking at it on my phone, it didn't jump out that there were any attachments.
Okay.
So maybe those type of things should be a separate email.
Okay. Well, and in the future, I can do, like the previous 2 to 3 meeting minutes, or maybe just the ones that we're reviewing, or maybe we could just have like one of these here just for meeting minutes, and it's just an archive and you can look back on it, right? And then that way the email would be, okay, I posted the meeting minutes for your review. I posted the final meeting minutes, things like that. So I am guilty of trying to minimize the number of emails. It's true. Like because we all get flooded with emails, so you try to consolidate and sometimes things are missed. That's true. So I'm kind of excited about it. I'm kind of geeking out on it because it's not what I normally would work on. So I'm learning a lot.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful. So if you have anything else that you'd like to see added to this, just let me know. Shoot me an email. Give me a call. Yeah, I think that was all I wanted to mention that. I'm working on it. It's just, it's a work in progress.
Can I ask Natalie a question?
Of course.
Natalie, I noticed under the proposed projects this year that there was nothing in there for, and I think it was termed intern training. Were you going to be submitting something like that before the March meeting?
Rich, we're not going to be doing that this year. The intern program has changed quite a bit, where it's no longer feasible to fund it the way that we used to fund it. They're basically considered a technician now. And we've been working with the director's office here in the Northeastern region to come up with a more full-time funding source to be able to provide that internship. So it still exists, and we will still carry out internships run through mostly Brian Engelbert's Cutthroat Trout program. But for right now, I don't think that we're going to need to ask for the blue ribbon funding for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, the director's office came through last year with some funding for those ongoing funding. So that was awesome.
Any more?
No, I think we're good to move on to the waters for reevaluation.
Good enough. There we go.
All right, so you talked about going back to, or going to Schofield. I think it was last June, because the management plan was not completed just yet, and Calvin thought it would be best to wait for that. I guess it wasn't last year, it was probably 2022, right, when you guys were in the southeastern region. So the management plan is done, and so I think we're ready to go to Schofield. And then because Schofield's kind of adjacent to the northeastern region west side, talked with Natalie, and I think we're going to have you guys hit Starvation and Kern Creek Reservoir for the reservoirs. So that's 3 total reservoirs, Schofield, and then a couple of stream sections. So Current Creek, West Fork Duchesne, and the Strawberry below Starvation Dam. The Strawberry above Starvation, and between Soldier Creek Dam and Starvation, that was hit by the Dollar Ridge fire, and they're still rebuilding. They're still doing a ton of work in there. So if you're in the area, you should definitely check that area out and see all the work that they've done with the stream restoration work. And a lot of it was equipped to stabilizing for the rebuilding the road, but our guys and the mitigation commission have been in there with TU doing a lot of work on the stream itself too. So those are the water bodies. Calvin, you wanna say anything about Schofield?
Sure. Come on up and fish it. About the only place you got safe ice right now. So come on up. Just to clarify, so we did not propose reevaluation of Schofield last year because we were on the year number 5 of our management plan. So we've wrapped up 5 years after following our management plan. We put a team together in 2017 and then drafted our document and plan together late that year, and really started the stocking of our new species in there late 2017, early 2018. So we wanted at least 5 years to go through the management plan to see how things went and see how well we did on accomplishing our goals and everything. And there's a copy of our management plan, should be on the division of the website. If not, I can provide one to Trina. She can send it out to the council if you guys would like to see our management plan. But overall, we've done really well. We've increased all of our catch rates. We've reduced our chub numbers. For comparison, when we decided to start talking about a management plan and changing some of their stocking up there, our chub catch rates were around 200 chubs per net per night. We're on average around 30 right now over the course of 5 years. And that's with, increasing our Bear Lake cutthroat stocking, and then increasing or adding tiger trout, more tiger trout, larger tiger trout, I should say, our tiger muskie, wiper, even a few sterile walleye we've stocked in there. So we've seen some really good responses to our stocking efforts, and Schofield's providing an opportunity year-round fishing for folks, depending on what species you want. You can get out there and catch some really cool things and some really quality fish. So that's kind of why we're at the point now. We'd like to have the council evaluate it and rank it as a blue ribbon fishery. So if you are looking to get out and do some fish it this year, go ahead and contact me. I can give you some pointers on timing of year. Depending on what species you want to go after, there's some better times for. But right now, if you want to get into some cutthroat and tiger trout and rainbows, it'd be a good time to ice fish it. Just get away from crowds, find some fresh ice, and you'll get into some fish. But there's been some folks who can get into some tiger muskie and wiper during the summer. We're learning a few things about that. So we're seeing a lot of catch rates, or a lot of muskie being caught this year. So like I said, there's not really a bad time to fish it, but there are certain times a year where you're going to catch more than others. So that's all I have, unless anybody has questions about Schofield.
Yeah, I do have a question.
since Schofield was almost one of the first to freeze over and has been the only one that's been consistent on ice, and it seems like based on social media posts, everybody is going there. Do you anticipate, because of the pressure this year, do you perceive it being higher than normal, and will that have an impact, I guess? Going into
We don't think it'll have an impact. We've definitely seen more pressure in the last 2 years up there, but that's also been a goal of the management plan, is to increase usage with the state parks and anglers, and we've definitely seen that. So we completed a creel survey in 2022 up there, and our numbers have went almost doubled the usage since 2015, since our last creel survey. So and it's fine. I think we can definitely handle the pressure. A lot of our trout, our cutthroat and tiger trout, are within that slot limit, and so we're seeing good survival and getting those fish into the slot limit. So we're not terribly worried about harvest or anything like that. Our rainbows they get stocked in the fall, and anglers are catching them right now through the ice, and we've seen them up to 20 inches or so in our krill survey. 21 is about been the biggest in the spring. So if they can survive a year, they're getting really good size and fat, healthy fish. And so in the future, in 2025, we've got some changes to our rainbow stocking, where we're probably going to add a few more and change some of our cutthroat stocking just to help with that. But other than that, no, we're not concerned at all. Especially right now, the reservoir is probably 90% full, or even a little higher. Compared to last year, we were at 20%. So there's a lot more water. Fish are spread out. So there's plenty more water for people to fish, and those fish aren't congregated and getting hit as hard as they have in the past few years. So.
Is that good? Anybody else? The other water you mentioned was starvation.
Yeah, the rest of them are Natalie's neck of the woods.
I think Trina wants me to give you all the secrets to every fishing hole on this list. And I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good way to do this, and maybe it's just as easy for me to type up something for you guys and send it out so you can have it. But with this many waters, I mean, if you're going to go fish Current Creek Reservoir, if you do it anytime besides ice season, you should fish the creek below it. Those two are right beside each other. If you're going to go fish starvation, you should probably go fish Strawberry Reservoir below, or Strawberry River below starvation. If you can do two things in one day like that, or schedule 2 tandem visits. We took Lake Canyon off there, didn't we, Trina?
We did.
Okay. There's 2 options right now, I guess, for ice fishing if you want to get started early. So Current Creek Reservoir itself has been producing some great fish this year, and I know of at least one. I'd consider it. It's definitely considered trophy tiger trout that has come through the ice. At this point, though, you are limited to snowmobile access only to get into there. I highly doubt that with these last few storms that the Water Conservancy District is keeping that road like well plowed, well maintained enough for a truck to get up in there. But another great time to fish Current Creek is in the spring, as the ice is coming off, especially if you want to try to target those trophy size tiger trout that are in there. But yeah, Current Creek's been on there for a long time, but it's a pretty neat place. We're definitely seeing more pressure there over the last few years. People are willing to drive that little bit extra past Strawberry to have the chance at some of those trophy tiger trout. Starvation, like I told you guys before, it kind of remains to be seen if we will get safe ice to actually ice fish Starvation Reservoir. Right now, definitely not safe ice. If we can continue to build over the next week, we might have 3-4 inches of ice, and then Night Hollow and maybe Rabbit Gulch become ice fishing accessible. it's a great time when we have safe ice on that lake, and it took me many years to figure out how to catch walleye through the ice, but it's a fun challenge. And in the meantime, while you're trying to get a walleye to bite down at like 60 feet, there'll be trout swimming around in those upper layers, and you'll hook onto a like beautiful 20-inch rainbow trout, sometimes brown, and it offers a pretty unique and cool 2-tier fishery that's been there for a long time. So I know the question came up about walleye and strawberry and how will they do. That all remains to be seen, of course, but we do manage starvation with 2-tier fishery with both cold water and cool water species. The perch are coming back in starvation. It's probably a good thing that we won't have a ton of ice this year for the pressure on the perch, because we need them to come back. We also stocked bluegill last year. There's another forage, and black crappie are still present in there. They just unfortunately don't seem to have taken off like we wanted them to. So you have good opportunity for those species as well as smallmouth bass. But I think what's going to be easier though to do is just put together kind of a quick email for all of these places, and I'll outline the species to target, kind of the ideal times to target those areas, because some of the streams I've actually never fly fished before, or fished in general. Been through them plenty of times and electrofished them, but I've never actually fished them myself. So I'm going to have to talk with Garn and Brian about some of those too. So if that's okay with you guys, that's kind of the game plan, unless you have some other approach that you'd like me to take on that.
I think that would probably be really helpful. I guess I will mention, I don't know when Schofield was last reviewed. Most of the northeastern region waters were selected because they haven't been reviewed since 2004. Current Creek Reservoir was 2006. Like starvation was actually 2012. So most of these haven't been reviewed in a while. And then just for everyone's information, the Duchesne River at Hannah, the West Fork Duchesne, and the lower Strawberry, the low starvation, those were all mitigation easements. So the Mitigation Commission, as part of mitigation for the Central Utah Project, purchased these easements for access and for fishing. And there are signs along the Duchesne River above Hannah at all of the access points now that I'm super excited about. They're very recent. And then also along the West Fork. And they explain the easements. Haven't gotten to the ones on the Strawberry yet, but all of those access points are signed with the brown fishing sign. We really try and keep up with those in the region. But I hope that when you're at the Duchesne River, West Fork Duchesne, you take a look at those signs and do they make sense? And because we do have opportunity to revise them if needed, but they look really cool. And they're at each of the access points. And the way those works is you can go from just below Hannah on the Duchesne River main stem all the way to the Forest Service boundary, as long as you're, so all the way up the West Fork Duchesne, or if you wanted to hang a right and go up the North Fork Duchesne, as long as you're within the river itself or like a 20-foot corridor on either side. And that's explained on the signs, but you have to be legal, you have to access them through one of 11 access points. And they're signed along the highway with brown fishing signs, but they're also on the Mitigation Commission website. They're on our website, on the fish planner. So I hope, so this will be part of the evaluation, is our signage and information going to be adequate to get you guys there, especially those of you who haven't fished before.
So are we evaluating the Duchesne or just the West Fork of the Duchesne?
Main stem Duchesne above Hannah. So it'll be that's the blue ribbon section, and so it'll basically overlapping with those easements. So the first one is just right there past the Hannah store, and then left side of the road as you're going upstream.
I will say too, we want to plan, if you guys want us to kind of coordinate and plan some actual trips out to some of these locations, we can do that. It'll probably be working with Josue and whoever the new biologist is for our region, but we can if you guys want to do that and have that approach too, where we organize a group to go out, we can probably make that happen as well. I just need to get it organized.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. The one they did at Lake Powell last year was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we had gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a great deal of interest in that.
I figured there would be, maybe we can make I don't know, I'll wrap my mind around this better, but maybe we can make a cool expedition of it for everybody who can meet up on a certain date. I don't know if you guys are talking to me, but we lost all the audio again.
I'm just telling them to be careful on Current Creek. The creek.
Yeah, be careful with the sandbars apparently,
Yeah.
not just the muck in the
Not
beaver
muck.
dams.
No.
There's a lot of muck.
There's great camping up there on Mount Reservoir too.
Yeah,
It's never
beautiful.
crowded.
Does that reach above or below him?
She's at above.
All right.
Above him.
Yeah,
So those are the
one
waters
below
we're gonna
the-
do.
I think it's above.
Those are the waters?
Above,
Are there
yeah.
any
Questions?
Concerns?
All right.
Okay. Can you
Just
guys
one more.
online? Can you hear us?
Trina, one
again?
more, just because I'm really slow.
Oh, sure.
Back to the Duchesne again. So now it's above
Yes.
and then all the way up to Westport.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
I
And
wrote
there's
below for some reason and then.
not below, for the easements, literally like stop right below the town of Hannah, and I don't have any history of why they stopped there.
Now, right as it joins into the Westport, you got walk-in access, then it's private there. Is that part of that easement, that 20-foot?
So the
Just the
one,
walk-in access, you just sign it, you get to fish it anyway,
the one that's right there at the confluence.
right?
So when people park on the highway and
Right.
go down, yes, that's an official access point. There is a sign there now, kind of going, hopefully it's still there, going through the trees, and you end up right there at the confluence. Just to confuse the issue even more, Natalie, we need to find out from Miles if the Stockmore sale actually went through, because the Forest Service was going to sell the Stockmore site to the tribe, and the tribe was going to allow access but no fishing. So at that point, just to make it super confusing, so we need to figure that out. And before you guys start heading out, we'll have an answer for you, because as of right now, the last I heard, the sale had not gone through, and so all is well, and you don't have to worry about it. But once that sale goes through, at that access point at the confluence, you can go upstream just fine, but the tribal portion would start pretty immediately downstream and then go, I don't know, half a mile.
Unless she's for bathing. not fishing.
It makes things really interesting,
You can
but we were
access it,
gonna
but you can't
sign it. We even
fish it.
have the signs all ready to go. I just, like, the last I heard, the sale hadn't gone through. So we would make it really easy for people, with signs, but just be aware that that might actually be an issue before you go out, but we'll let you know.
To the Westport.
Yeah.
All right. Where do you want to go
Yeah,
next?
to the Westport.
Okay, next on the agenda is just the budget update, and so I just have a spreadsheet that I will share. Where I've been updating. Great. So this, can you see that? Really? I need a bigger screen. That way you can see everything all at once. So again, this probably looks familiar to you. We went over it last time, and this is kind of just from what Randy's tracking was. So column D here is all the projects, the blue ribbon request, and then I'm tracking the budget. That total score was from your guys' project ranking last year. I could probably just go ahead and delete that. But this is the month 6 to-date expenditures. So that's the most recent. So that's through the end of December. And then as Randy suggested, I did just convert everything to a percentage. So the way it works for projects that have a Habitat Council and a Blue Ribbon request or multiple funding sources, that charge hits the Blue Ribbon budget as a equal amount. That's the right way to say it, equal amount to like the proportion, right? So I guess it's a proportional amount. So that's accounted for, right? So like the expenditures for, this is where I need a bigger screen. For stream restoration training, the total expenditures have actually been $4,246, but because it was half and half, only half of that actually hit the Blue Ribbon funding request. So I'm gonna hide all of these so maybe we can, I don't know how these work.
So you're showing a percentage with Habitat included or not?
No, that percent is just Blue Ribbon.
Oh.
I don't know how to hide. Does anyone know how to hide without right clicking?
Right, get a right click.
I don't know how to right click on it. Oh, there. I don't know what I did, but it worked. Okay, so then you can see that, because that's really all you need to see. So this is just the Blue Ribbon amount. This percent is just the Blue Ribbon out of the total. So I think we're doing really good. We're on track. So stream restoration, we might not spend all of that, but in fisheries administration in the future, I might need to drop that. But a lot of these, it's not time, right? So like what Clint is saying, he's got the habitat structures for Pine View, they're ordered, but we don't pay for those till they actually get here. So he hasn't spent anything, but by the end of the year, right, like that's when everything will be spent out because he's just planning on doing this in the spring. So helicopter support, that project's already done, so that's 100%. That's the Northeastern Region Fisheries Technician, so that's 48%. That's pretty good. That's what you'd want to see with half the year gone. Sport Fish Internship Program, and this is the percent expended, right? So this internship program, I guess I would mention Brian, because he was awarded funding from the director's office ongoing, and it did start this fiscal year. We just didn't know we were going to get that funding when he submitted this internship request. He doesn't think he's going to spend, it was basically, I think it was $15,000. So he's going to have a little bit left over. And I wondered if anyone had any concerns with giving that money, allowing Strawberry River to start their eDNA work this spring with the Northeastern Region internship money, because Brian no longer needs that.
I think we've switched. Randy has moved monies before. I don't think we're stuck to that line item.
Right, I just wanted to run it by y'all just to make sure you're okay with it, because I think it makes sense, right? If we could start it this fiscal year, because the eDNA that is submitted for fiscal 25, if we're looking at spawning season, that's next spring. Whereas, we definitely feel an urgency. So I think it was $6,000 that Alan identified for this fiscal year to start that eDNA work.
Is that something maybe we ought to wait till after March and the scoring and see where that money comes out first, or? No?
Well, that's for fiscal 25 and this is fiscal 24.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think.
And it can't be carried forward?
No, Blue Ribbon doesn't exist, not carry over. You can't carry it over.
Spend.
You got a year to get it all to go.
Yeah.
So that's your primary or first recommendation for using those funds?
That, to my knowledge, that is the only overwhelming need that I've heard to this point, where it's like, well, we really, it would be really useful for us to be able to move that money and use it for that eDNA work.
Probably need a motion for that, don't you? Motion?
Should we do it?
So moved.
Move, second? Got a second? I'll second. Got a second? All in favor? Opposed? You got it.
Okay, thank you all. So yeah, there might even be a little bit left, but I guess maybe, the March meeting, maybe we can talk about what else to do with that, because like I said, that goes away. Other things, you can see like krill budgets, right? The Flaming Gorge krill, that is done. That's mostly expended. Pelican Lake is ongoing through June, so we still expect some of that to be outstanding. Same thing with the spillway screen. We're paying for engineering at this point, but still outstanding amounts. Lake Fork Outfitter, that's completed. The milfoil treatment is pretty much done. That's just a note for me that it needs to go in the budget. It needs to be fixed in the budget, but it's pretty much done. So there might be a little bit of additional money that we might want to talk about in March, but it looks like it's maybe about $10,000. It's not much. Jordanelle, Tyler said, pretty much winding up. They're about to start the community waters creel. I imagine they're using the snowplow money now. The restroom obviously won't go in until spring. Haven't got an update here, but it's proceeding. Same thing with Nick's position. So I think we're in good shape. Other than, maybe there's 10,000 or so that might be left over at the end where we can maybe repurpose it. But we're in good shape.
Buy his electro-fishing backpack, that kind of money instead of.
Let's think about that, right?
I'm not gonna say no.
Right.
I mean, simple stuff, but bought batteries one year.
We did.
Yeah.
What's your lead time for that equipment?
I can't remember what the quote said. It was a couple weeks.
Oh, okay. So we can get that.
You got to get a second bid though, huh? Or put it out to purchasing.
Probably.
Yeah. So that has a couple weeks.
Yeah.
But, if we're talking, just kind of getting an assessment, say, the March meeting, right, then that, I think most people will know, have a really good idea of where they're at with their projects and spending. That will have a better idea and that would be plenty of time. You just gotta go in.
You put it out to purchasing now and just have it ready to go.
I'm sure we could.
It's a lot of work to go through.
Yeah, I mean, you can buy it this fiscal or next, right?
Yeah.
It's true. I think they let it go for 6 months, but you'd have to ask. Not a bad idea, just ask them how long it would be good for, how long that, I guess would be a bid.
I was talking to Chris, cause
Stuff with states and locals for years.
Yeah.
You could always say, could be.
I don't know what we'll be at in our central region.
2.5 or
Extra funds out there, but
Right.
it'd be a
Yeah.
split half and half or something like that.
Yeah. I bet we could make it work. So, wouldn't hurt to get the purchasing stuff done. Right.
That's all appreciated as policy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all right.
Any questions on the budget, where we're at with a specific project? Any questions to the biologist, maybe? Any of that?
Yeah, I think you're ready.
Okay. I'll stop sharing that and then I guess next is the volunteer opportunities. Share those.
Then 2 months later, they did it again.
Okay. So again, this will be on the site when everything's all up and running. So you'll have access to this. You can go ahead and just check it any old time you want.
I was just gonna say those dates are from last year. Those fall dates, October, September. I will put the new date for 2024, and it will include the spring netting at Schofield and anything else blue ribbon there. So thank you, and that way just nobody gets confused on those dates.
So everyone can just go in and just update this. I think so. like as it relates to the outreach I'm doing, if you have any pictures that, you don't mind our outreach, please send them. And to state, I'm setting for the update these dates. For the first family. Silver River electrofishing in October, that's a bit away, but, not a bad subscription, down to the back. Normally we get it like, Village Bay, the walleye fund, as Clint mentioned, and then community building. The point is you can follow all of these things. Build up bond sessions, especially targeting walleye. And then, number of ways to donate already. That's what we have now, and the biologists have access to this, and we try and remember to just get, more and more overline regularly to just update it with all the activities and all that that's out there and hopefully on the site.
Because also I know from after this, but once we get schedules down, we can probably generally know we're working on this year.
Well, one, I can do this, right? Like blue ribbon on one tab and non-blue ribbon on the other. And then I can have the same format.
On the very late stuff, we'll usually have instead of that, dedicated hours and stuff like that. But there's always 1 or 2 days for those sessions, brainstorm call, an extra set of hands. And she does go out on some pretty rough weather pool nets. The only time in my 20 years that the pool boat around is when it went through a wave and went over the top of the jet boat. That's the only time we've ever done.
Running those at night.
That's the pool goes to the end. So you kind of either have to do your work by looking up and bobbing up or down, or have a really good stuff, which I don't have. I can't. So, but it's fun. You get every once in a while we get to hold up 16, 17 on that.
Yeah, you weren't gonna sell it in there, but. That's kind of. So I did scroll over here, so, the biology kind of gives you the information, right? Where to meet, what to bring, things like that, so, but also, yeah, just obviously feel free to just contact them via email. Here, that's where that's listed, so that might be the best way to just make sure that you're adequately prepared, because Clint, like Clint says, we don't, unless it's just unsafe, we're pretty much out there, or unsuccessful, right? Sometimes you just aren't gonna be successful depending on the weather, call it.
But if we know you're coming, because we've been talking to you, then we'll let you know the night before or whatever.
Yep.
So same with the walleye spawn stuff. That one gets canceled very frequently usually because of wind, not because of cold, but usually because of wind. So.
Yeah, there was one year, I think I signed up for like 4 days, never made it out.
Yeah, I got one last year.
You're still, you say we'll get crop, yeah.
All right.
Marinas.
We'll get to the.
Yeah, it's elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder.
New format.
Yeah, so,
Very, reports.
I just wanted to mention that, with the debrief discussion on new blue ribbon format, we talked about it last time, and so I'm kind of taking notes. And I just thought that as we go along, there'll be observations potentially at every meeting that I can record, and that, but I was kind of, it was strongly suggested to me, give yourself a whole year, see what I think, I guess, in terms of, do we need another meeting? Or maybe we can take care of it by starting 1 or 2 meetings early, things like that. Because there's been suggestions on both ends, right? We need more meetings. Can't do more meetings. Don't have enough time. Things like that, right? So we're just gonna go through this year. My first meeting was November. We'll just I'll just be assessing through, I guess it would be through the June meeting this year and taking notes. So I guess just know that if you made a suggestion or a comment last time, I do have that in my brain. But if you have any other suggestions or comments, I figured I would just give like a 10-minute agenda item every time in case more things were coming up, or if you felt really strongly about something and needed to bring it up again, that sort of thing. So that's why it's just gonna stay on there, I think, through June. And then in November, we can talk about all of the suggestions and try to come to a resolution. And then I'll have had 4 meetings, gone through the whole meeting cycle and see where it feels rushed and where it feels okay and where it seems like we might need a change. So I guess I will just open it up to anyone who has more suggestions, comments, concerns.
Well, we talked about a field trip somewhere, and I think I'd like to get a date set in the next bit, because I don't know about y'all's calendars, but mine fill up pretty quick. And I'd like to at least get it in the book, and then that way.
You know, TJ, the one meeting we had, this we stayed at Starvation. Well, it was a field trip, but we had a meeting also.
We had the one at, Lost Creek, I think. We had one that we did at Lost Creek.
So in conjunction, I
And
think
then,
maybe that we
one
would
that
have
we
to fight
did out
this
in the
traffic.
basin, not Sand Hollow, but Sand Wash.
Oh, Big Sand Wash.
But we stayed there at Starvation, I guess
Yeah.
where we had the meeting, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, just outside there.
Yeah. Those work out pretty
They
nice,
do.
because you really get a perspective
Yeah.
from the folks on the
Plus
ground.
you get a
where to
fish.
go. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's great.
Yeah.
And then you guys that went to Lake Powell apparently had a super trip. Huh?
It's great. It's a little rough on my little car.
It was only 2 miles.
Yeah, it took about an hour.
You're on dirt road for 2 miles.
Not an easy dirt road. I'm not afraid of dirt roads. This one was.
Where you go to Blue Notch or something?
I don't know, there are a lot of rocks in the road.
He'd remember if you went to Blue Notch.
Well, what are we gonna do about?
So
field trip?
that's an interesting thought, right? Because I think for fishing the stream, I think you want to make sure runoff is over. And at the Duchesne, so like what our June meeting is June 20th, I think. That, in some years, that could be too early.
The West Fork doesn't open till the second weekend of July.
But for Starvation and even Schofield's just over the mountain, it'd be.
Yeah, no, if you did Starvation, you've got Starvation Reservoir, Current Creek Stream, and the Strawberry Below Starvation, if we kept at Starvation.
Yeah.
But you need ice off.
Yeah, we need ice on.
June 20th.
June.
They shut that
June
down.
is off,
yeah.
May is
Yeah.
off, most
Yeah.
likely, right?
Yeah,
I can.
June, the
So
weather.
your club fishes in April?
So
Your club fishes it in April, don't you?
I don't think we're fishing it this year. Trying to remember the dates.
Schultz will be out there.
Oh, Schultz is always up.
So what if this is obviously dependent on the northeastern region being able to make these work, but if it's, let me look up, if it's June 20th is our next scheduled meeting, we could do June 19th, which would be a Wednesday, and that's like the best day to be on Starvation. Anytime in the summer, right? Yeah, June 20th is our next meeting, so we could do June 19th as the field trip. nice in the middle of the weekday, which is gonna work for some people, but not everyone. Or we could do the field trip day on the 21st, which is Friday, which might be easier for folks who work. So this is just throwing it out there as a potential, right? And then we could reserve the Centennial Building, which is basically at the Duchesne County Fairgrounds. They've got a great meeting facility there, so we could, as long as the AV folks here are okay with doing their stuff remotely, I'd have to talk with Mike the next time he comes in, maybe, make sure that's okay, but we could potentially just have it there in Duchesne.
You're talking on the 20th meeting in June?
Yeah, or we could have the field trip completely separate. I'm just throwing it out there. If you wanted to do a meeting in conjunction with a field trip, then that gives you time to do a meeting, a real meeting, to get business done, and then also fish. If you did it like over 2 days. But again, just throwing it out there. We could do a meeting in June here, field trip in July. Starvation is gonna be hot.
Meeting around a campfire?
May, June is the time to be on starvation until you get to October, right?
Yeah. Or we could go earlier, we could go May. Then Current Creek shouldn't be terrible just because that is so highly regulated. And they always meet in the spring, I think it's in April, the Lower Duchesne Work Group, and they ask, where do we want to see flushing flows? And normally we're like Current Creek, blow out some beaver dams, but we could say, not on Current Creek this year. And then it's highly regulated below Starvation Dam as well, so May probably would work as long as we didn't try to hit the Duchesne. So let's think about these, think about what your preference would be if you make a 2-day meeting, if you'd rather see it split up and just come here for the June meeting like normal, do a field trip separately. And Northeastern region, maybe think about days for both of those scenarios that would work, and maybe we can, and I'll just have an action item or agenda item in the March meeting. When we split up from Habitat Council and we start meeting separately, that'll just be one of the first things we try to hammer out. So everybody think about their preferences. Mike says we can make mobile meetings work, no problem. So that is not a hindrance.
Good enough.
All right, any other, concerns or debriefing on our current format for future discussion?
You've got new business. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, let's do that. I'll just start with a mention, because I'm feeling a little redundant today, but the volunteer hours, that is gonna be a new system online, and if I remember correctly, so this is just a heads up for now. Brian made it sound like you guys would go in, you would sign up for the program, and it would be a one-time for the year sign up. And then either you could go in and update your hours by the date, or I can do it, right? You can tell me what your hours are. Obviously, I know your hours for the meetings, but you could tell me your transportation hours, and then anytime you spent fishing or out in the field or anything like that, you can tell me and I can update it. So I think it's gonna be a lot easier than these, because technically everyone was supposed to have signed it before they started working on these, and it just never happened. So this system's gonna be a lot easier just because it's basically when you sign in or sign up for the program, you're basically signing the document at that point. So I did want to mention that again, and I will roll that out in March. That'll just be another thing that we'll talk about, business item before we get started on the Blue Ribbon projects.
Trina?
Yes.
Just a question about those hours. Couldn't you tap into like these management committees? All those people working on a management plan for a Blue Ribbon Water, wouldn't those hours count also, even though they're not on the Blue Ribbon Council?
Probably. I'd have to ask Brian, but I would.
I mean,
I would think so.
when we did the Boulder Mountain
we spent days, you know, and there was a lot of people involved, and you would think they could tap into those hours
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, I'll ask Brian. I would think so.
Yeah.
But I think maybe it just needs to be written as such, right? Like time spent on management plans. Certainly, if one of you wanna participate in those Washington County management plans, I think that would be 100% eligible. But yeah, anyone.
Anyone, I would think, and if anyone volunteered for an electrofishing that wasn't on the council, were it the, say it was on the Provo River, if it was a Blue Ribbon water, wouldn't that qualify?
Yeah, and the regions would take care of that, right? So
Yeah.
anytime a general member of the public goes out with like Slater, Tyler, Clint, anyone, we have them sign a form, the walleye spawn, all of that stuff. We have them sign a form, and it's basically the form that I had you guys sign today, and then it, you know, sometimes it'll just be, okay, it's just like literally one day, 4 hours. But then that gets submitted
Sure.
afterwards by that biologist.
Yeah.
So that's already accounted for. But I just, for my own work, I never asked for volunteer hours for management plan. I just had for me, but we should be asking for that. So take note, Southern Region, right? In case they're probably on top of it, they probably already asked. for
Join
that.
on that management plan down on them Washington.
Okay, so then the other items,
I wouldn't mind being involved in it. I don't want to drive down there 6 times.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You ready?
yeah, that's kind of a ways for you if you're all the way down to St. George. Dave, looks like,
You know, I did the Boulder, but I just jumped in with them guys in Cedar City, and it wasn't too bad, because we go to Wayne County for every meeting, and it wasn't bad.
well, and there's a virtual option too, so you can consider that.
That's true.
You ready?
They work pretty well.
You ready to get to new business? You got
Maybe an excuse to take
a
the
vote on a
gun
new
to
rep.
Southern Utah.
Yeah, so, kind of a bummer. So our southeastern region rep that you guys just voted on last time and the governor just approved, he's no longer with Trout Unlimited, so he was going to be on this council as a Trout Unlimited or in a Trout Unlimited capacity, so he's no longer the rep. Jordan Nilsson was the rep previously, and he technically could just jump right into his second term. His first term expired June 30th. So many of you probably remember working with Jordan. So they're kind of the boards and commissions group or state agency, I guess they've got a new system. And so we just need to vote on Jordan, and then we can have him, even though he's already served, we just need to concede, there's been a lapse, right? So we just need to vote on Jordan. If you guys are okay with it, then I'll have him submit his resume, and then the governor will review him in February. So it won't be too much of a lapse. It's just kind of a bummer that had happened. And then in the central region, I think I mentioned it, Nikki did move over to the commercial rep, which is awesome. Thank you for doing that.
Did we vote on
I can't remember.
And we had a guy for the central region, and then his work schedule changed. So now we got another guy that Alan has talked with, and I just need to talk with him. And just make sure he understands all the responsibilities, just get a feel for what he's thinking, that kind of thing. So he would be voted on in the March meeting if he decides he does want to serve on the council. So, for right now though, it's, just voting on Jordan.
And you've already spoken with Jordan. He's willing to come back?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And Jordan's a real benefit.
Yeah.
He was out, now he's back in.
We ought to have some kind of slave condition.
Fun.
Renewed himself, you know?
Why did he leave? Or why did he not renew his?
Sure, yeah. So
Term?
he was the biologist there for Trout Unlimited in that area for most of his tenure. He just took like the state lead, something like that for Trout Unlimited. It's a big promotion. And yeah, so he just didn't, he was worried that he didn't have the time, but then when that, the other biologist didn't work out, he just said he's fine with just, he thinks he can, you know, take the time and make the time to serve adequately. So we can hold him to that.
Trina, do you have a handbook and stuff for Neil before he leaves? Or have you got the handbook?
Okay, well, let's get Jordan taken care of while that's on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my office, we'll do it, take care of it after.
Want
Okay.
You want a motion for this?
Yes.
So moved.
Second. Everyone in favor of Jordan coming back?
Yeah.
Opposed? One opposition. We will not be identified.
He went away from the camera.
You got anything else for the business?
Vice chair. Do you wanna, to talk about vice chair? Cause,
We'll need somebody.
yeah, in case TJ
Yeah.
can't be
How
here.
do you want to submit names? Do you guys want to throw out your name, tell us you have an interest or you don't, or?
So we did kind of have some nominations. Lucky you guys, Russ and Larry. So, but I wanted to throw it out to everyone, if anyone else wanted to nominate someone else or throw a name in, and then if you did not want to.
Can you run down the responsibility?
Well, just show up. That's a good thing. That's the first thing. With Randy and Trina, they do the 90% of the work, put the agendas together. Basically, you're here to make sure that, we run the committee meeting. And that's our responsibility. We haven't had any real technical debates here about Robert's Rules of Orders and all that stuff, and I'm not sure that's productive in any way. There may be a time.
Seems like we're following them anyway.
Yeah, we're pretty close. So that'd be about it. And I think it would be valuable to have somebody ready to step in if something happens. Me, for example.
So if, like, say for instance, we knew.
Get stuck in quicksand and.
I hope not. If TJ could run the June meeting.
That's all done.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, TJ couldn't be here for the June meeting, then, so we met, I don't know, what was that?
That's it.
I can do
A
it.
couple weeks ago,
I'm in the
and then
middle
you
of
run the
some other
meetings,
stuff.
and if there's
Yeah.
anything I need to bounce off of you,
Kind of in
it's
the
like
middle
a
of some other stuff.
couple minute phone call, really.
Yeah. I'm nominating Russ.
Anybody else?
Got a second?
I'll second it.
Was there anyone, there's a couple of folks online, I don't wanna, I'm gonna assume that their silence is acceptance of Russ, but, I guess we should have been asking for their vote online too, sorry guys. Normally I
I
would.
think nobody objected to anything. so far.
Yeah, but if Terry or Jamie want to nominate anyone, feel free. I see a head shaking, no?
No.
Okay, then we'll
Including
just,
themselves.
we had a motion and a second, right?
For Russ,
Russ.
all in favor?
Russ.
Aye.
Opposed? Clint?
I have to give him a ride home.
And we had two
Thank you,
thumbs
thank
up
you for
online.
All right. So we got Russ. You have anything else on your business? I have one.
No, does anyone else have
I
anything?
do. I have one thing I want to throw out. If anybody else has any new business, go ahead. And then I'll throw mine out. I haven't discussed this with anybody, but what got me going is when I found out about the walleye and strawberry. I think if you're caught transplanting fish.
Yeah, I think it's a class B misdemeanor up to like $3,000 fine. So it's kind of minimal when you're talking.
That's pretty.
That's just moving a live fish.
Yeah, that's really nothing. I'm not asking for a vote today, but I'm gonna ask that you guys think about it.
Of execution.
We used to have a problem. We still have a problem with large game, fishing, trophy game. So it took a long time for the state to get to the point where it classified poaching of big game that were trophy status to increase the penalties and actually ask for restitution. I mean, you imagine taking strawberry offline and what that's gonna involve. So I'm thinking that within our mission statement and our purpose, that, and of course you have to clear this with powers that be in the division, but I think we ought to get behind asking the legislature to bump that up, not to a class B, and maybe we can leave it bump it up to a higher, at least a class A or maybe a third degree, and ask for restitution to restore the fishery if we ever catch somebody doing that to a blue ribbon fishery. And it does fall within our statement. So I think we ought to think about it. It does upset me that, we have people doing that when I see the effort these guys, our biologists, go through to try to enhance a fishery or change fishery or add forage or add another species, and to unravel that by somebody going out there with a bucket. That's just my gut feeling, and I thought I'd throw it out to the group, think about it. Can't do it this year, obviously, the legislature's already underway and it's booked, and we have to find a sponsor, and there's a lot of work to be done before you can propose that, but I wanted to get that off my chest, that's what I feel. Comment.
I'd like to throw out an analogy along that line. When I was in California, I was pretty involved in the fly fishing community. And there was a smaller lake, much smaller than Strawberry, that had trophy rainbow trout in it. And it had been a trophy lake for 25, 30, 40 years. Very well managed. It's called Davis Lake. Somebody transplanted a pike. They drew down the lake. They treated it with Roanoke. 3-4 years later, it came back because they didn't treat the waters high enough. Overall, the 2 Roanoke treatments cost $40 million. Now, I just want to put that in perspective. The lake I'm talking about was 500, 600 acres, which is a small bucket compared to Strawberry. If Strawberry has to be treated or taken offline, we're talking about huge, huge dollar amounts.
Not just for treatment, but the economic.
The economics that balloon beyond that, so it's not a pleasant thing to go through. That's why I asked that question when you said a walleye was in Strawberry, what are the ramifications?
Have they blown it down?
So, and that's just my thought, and I think, again, the vision has to go to the powers that be. I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but I think it's within our mission statement. So, Russ, you got a comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if you elevated, the penalty for that, I think you also, I don't know how many people have been caught doing this, in the state of Utah. So that's one thing. But maybe if there's a incentive for others to turn a person in, if they have that information,
Yeah, that was my part too, that we should have a reward fund as part of our.
Because
part of our budget.
some of these people aren't as smart as they think they are, and will talk to people, and brag about it or whatever, and so.
Yeah, it's a very serious issue west-wide. Every time you speak with other states, it seems like they have a new illegal introduction that has popped up. So it's very serious. It is something that we in Division of Wildlife Aquatics, we've talked about extensively internally with other partner states. And I think that within aquatics, we definitely support moving forward on that. We have to talk with the director's office, make sure that we're all good. And maybe it's exactly what does that look like? That might be part of the discussion, but it is a very serious issue. Yeah.
Just the dollar amount that's expended to get it to a point where you're happy, and then have someone try to unravel that's bad. Yeah.
There is something to be said though, right? For if a person is caught, they don't always even get the full extent of that fine. They don't always get the most severe punishments. It has to go in front of a judge and that sort of thing too. And so we've always talked about, trying to outreach to the general public, but also to law enforcement as well, just because, you can have that maximum extent of a fine, be raised, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they'll apply that if they don't understand the severity and the actual issues around it. Because these are the same judges that, you know, deal with child abuse and they're very serious issues, right? So, but I think it's just a matter of understanding, understanding what it is we're up against and what we're trying to accomplish. And so, yeah, let's definitely keep that on the radar.
Yeah, the fine is nothing compared to the economic impact of a major fishery being taken down. In the big game area, they put in restitution, so you poach a trophy elk down in San Juan, Elk Ridge, you know, your restitution might be 35, 40 grand.
And that's one animal, not to take away from what they're dealing with, but you stock 2 fish into a water body and now all of a sudden you got, you know, 2 to 5 years later, maybe you've got a whole new population that's taking resources and influencing the species that you're trying to manage for. So it's very frustrating for our situation. Jamie, you had your hand up, I think. Did you want to mention something?
I was just going to mention to you, Trent, I still have that work hours form I need to sign, and you mentioned you were going to bring that from Salt Lake back to Vernal, so I could.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, you know what I think, because I think I have your hours, right? You submitted your hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Brian is okay with not having everyone sign, like, because you're just not here in person today. I'll just leave him a note. And then in the future, like I said, it'll just be all online. So I think we're okay, but we're okay for
But
now.
you can pretend you're me and just sign it for me.
That's being recorded, I think. I think I'll just let Brian know that you were in person today and we're all good.
Good.
Hopefully.
Anything else on new business? You ready to, I need a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second, you got it. Favor? Opposed? Right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Everyone, and
Mickey, I have some questions for you when you're ready.
All right. If my exercise is right. Get something out of Mickey right now.
No, he's the man that, he's the only one that, a lot of people have taken this one though.
that's true. I think you're allowed to say this.
Because it's
Like the
actually
wrong
equipment,
area.
questions.
Oh, okay.